हेलो हेलो
जी सर जी सर जी सर यू आर करेक्ट।
Am I audible?
यस सर यस सर
Yes, sir. Audible.
यस सर। मॉर्निंग सर।
Good morning. Good morning.
सुशील भाई गुड मॉर्निंग।
गुड मॉर्निंग सर।
और बढ़िया।
बस बढ़िया, आप कैसे हैं?
ग्रेट, बस आप जुड़ गए, बहुत अच्छा लग
अभी लगता है बाकी लोग आए नहीं सब।
आ रहे हैं, बस थोड़ा सा कुछ लिटिल बिट
जी जी जी
है
सुशील
कनेक्टिविटी।
भाई नमस्कार।
नमस्कार मैडम, कैसी हैं आप?
कैसे हैं, सब ठीक है?
हाँ सब बढ़िया, सब ठीक ठाक।
मैडम नमस्कार। सुशील जी नमस्कार।
नमस्कार
जी
सर।
सतीश जी
नमस्कार
नमस्कार।
नमस्कार मैडम नमस्कार।
सतीश जी, मैं जहाँ पर बैठा, ये मेरे पीछे जो है ना,
हाँ।
ये जुयाल जी के घर का घर से दिखता है सीन, जहाँ उन्होंने वो लिया है। सुरेश नौटियाल जो है उनके उससे।
हाँ मैं समझ
वहीं पे
गया,
खड़े-
गुड़दौड़ी का।
हाँ गुड़दौड़ी, वहीं से लिया था मैंने ये अभी पिछले महीने।
मतलब जुयाल जी को आप बोल रहे हैं कि मकान ऊपर ही बनाओ, नीचे नहीं।
मैंने बताया उनको कि उस पे एक तो बेस डालें वो पिलर्स पे, और उसके बाद बनाए, तब व्यू आएगा।
हाँ ठीक करे।
मैंने उनको भेजा था ये तस्वीर उस दिन।
अभी जुड़े नहीं
साकेत,
शायद।
इसमें वॉइस कम आ रही है, जो लोग बोल रहे हैं सुनाई नहीं दे रहा।
मंगाई जी, आपने दून यूनिवर्सिटी कब ज्वाइन की? आप तो उधर लखनऊ में थे ना पहले।
लखनऊ के बाद हैदराबाद, हैदराबाद के बाद फिर यहाँ गया।
अच्छा,
मैडम ले आई हमको यहाँ पे।
नहीं शानदार, मैडम ने मतलब विद्वानों का बड़ा वो बना दिया है उसको।
तो मैडम अपना बहुत डायनेमिक ढंग से जो कर रही है अपना सब।
नहीं बहुत ही शानदार है, कहीं तो कुछ एकेडमिक अच्छा होना चाहिए।
जी 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 बिल्कुल। तो सब लोगों की कोशिश ये है कि उनकी लीडरशिप में हम कुछ किया जाए।
नहीं बिल्कुल बदल सकता है मामला, बिल्कुल।
जी जी
जैसे
जी।
जुयाल जी भी आ गए अब तो, मैडम ने ज्वाइन कराया है जुयाल जी को भी, उनका
हाँ।
बड़ा एक्सपीरियंस भी काम आएगा।
गौतम भाई नमस्कार।
हेलो। अच्छा,
सुश्री जी सर भी आ गए हैं ऑनलाइन लाइन पे।
मैडम with your permission should we start?
Yes, Professor Mamgai, we should start now.
Okay.
Right to wait.
नवीन को लिंक भेज दिया था ना मेल पे।
हाँ नवीन को भेज दिया मैंने, जरा फोन करो उनको।
वो लगातार बिजी आ रहा है उनको।
हाँ फोन करो। शिखा।
Very good morning to all of you. I am Shikha Ahmed from Department of Economics, Doon University. On behalf of the department, with great pleasure, I welcome you all to today's panel discussion. May I start today's program with a famous quote by the father of our nation, Mahatma Gandhi. Earth provides every man's need, but not any man's greed. The topic of today's discussion is towards accelerating sustainable development in Uttarakhand, achievements, challenges, and policy options. The objective of this discussion is to reflect on the issues concerning the sustainable development of Uttarakhand, particularly in the context of climate change, eco-services, migration and livelihoods, and suggest midway policy interventions. As we all know, Uttarakhand was created in the year 2000 as a state to give voice to the aspirations of the people in the hills. Department of Planning, Government of Uttarakhand, and Institute for Human Development has come up with a document, Uttarakhand Vision 2030. The objective for the state is to transform the Uttarakhand economy into a prosperous, healthy state, such that the people are educated and gainfully employed in an equitable society. As mentioned in the document, the state has achieved high annual rate of growth, close to 7% for almost most of the years. The per capita income in the state for the year 2017-18 was rupees 1,77,356, which far exceeds the national average of rupees 1,12,764. The social and human development indicators, such as the sex ratio and educational attainment, are also good. The poverty rate is low, much below the all India poverty level, and there is little rural-urban disparity in poverty rates. There is no overt problem of hunger in the state. The access to schooling is good, especially at the primary level. And last but not the least, the fact that the state is by and large peaceful is a remarkable achievement. Now, India is a signatory of the Sustainable Development Goals framework. Continuous efforts are being made for sustainable development. However, there is a dichotomy between development and the environment. As we all know, is there a synergy between the environment and the inhabitants? Is the development process inclusive? During the last decade, high economic growth has been accompanied with heavy outmigration. The census also reveals an absolute decline in the populations of two hill districts, namely Almora and Pauri Garhwal. Also, the environmental impact of economic growth includes the overconsumption of resources, high levels of pollution, global warming, and potential loss of habitats. Do we want development at the cost of the environment? These are some of the issues that we will be discussing in today's program. And we have a group of distinguished speakers and panelists with us today who shall be sharing their views in their respective field of study. Now, I take this opportunity to welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Surekha Dangwal. Professor Dangwal has served as head of the Department of English, Modern European and Other Foreign Languages at HNB Garhwal University, Uttarakhand. She has been a recipient of the prestigious Indo-German academic program. Professor Dangwal has published several research papers, including popular articles, and translated into English the works of some local poets and writers. She has been delivering lectures in various educational institutions, focusing on gender, social communication.
Not audible.
Audible, she disappeared, I think. She's there, but I don't know what happened.
शिखा अनम्यूट कीजिए, अनम्यूट.
May I request our Vice Chancellor, Professor Surekha Dangwal, to give her inaugural address.
Thank you so much, Professor R.P. Mamgai, the organizer and convener of this dialogue and panel discussion on the eve of Himalaya Day tomorrow, that is September 9th. Shikha Ahmed, Assistant Professor in Department of Economics. And today we have a galaxy of scholars, expert in their own way, in their own field of study. First of all, I feel honored and privileged to welcome Professor S.P. Singh. He's a former Vice Chancellor of HNB Garhwal University. And more than that, he is famous Himalayan ecologist. And if I say that he's a signature in the field of ecology in Himalaya region, then it will be a more appropriate introduction of Professor S.P. Singh. We have Sri Sushil Bahuguna. He's senior editor and senior anchor, NDTV, New Delhi. And everybody knows about his famous documentaries, his concerns about Himalayan sustainable development and ecological crisis and fragility of Himalayas with that untamed developmental issues or urbanization in the Himalayan region. We have another very well-established scientist, Dr. Naveen Joyal. He is famous, and again, everyone knows about him, about his glaciological studies, about his Himalayan geology, and he's a person of a field, if I say, that he is not only to discuss the issues, but he is famous to reach to the ground and then analyze the things. Every time, be it a Rishi Ganga flash flood, or be it a Kedarnath tragedy, and be it any kind of landslide, the minor and the major, he's always there, and he used to study the things minutely. And this is the reason that he's the part of a lot of policy plannings, lot of policy interventions, and in the field of science and technology, he's there with Government of India. And he's a busy person all the time. People want to have his inputs whenever there is a need to develop any policy related to Himalaya. We have Dr. Amina Maharajan. She is Senior Policy Specialist, International Center for Integrated Mountain Development, Kathmandu. We have Dr. Lakshmi Kant, he's Director, ICAR Vivekanand Parvatiya Krishi Anusandhan Sansthan Almora. And we have Dr. Manav Chakraborty, he's Director, Partners in Prosperity, New Delhi. It is a non-government organization. We have Professor S.P. Sati. We have Professor Gautam. Professor Rajendra Mamgai was greeting him. And we have a galaxy of scholars here from different fields, but they are here to discuss on Himalayan problem. From my point of view, as I used to say always, that I'm a person of literature and especially English literature. So what can I say from the scientific point of view? But since ages and since decades, I have been observing the studies related to Himalaya. And whenever somebody starts it, my problem is, and I view it from the point of view, like, if I have to start a project on Himalaya, I start from A, assuming that nothing has been done on Himalaya. That is the problem. We don't have any repository. We don't have any data bank, like in a very academic manner that this much has already been done. So we should not repeat the studies on Himalaya. As far as Sushil Bhavna is concerned, Naveen Joyal is concerned, they are the people going to the field and then collecting the things. So every time their study is somewhat new. But as far as academics are concerned, as far as researchers in the universities are concerned, lot of repetition is there. So when the great scientists like Professor S.P. Singh, like Dr. Naveen Joyal, and many more people are there, today we will have discussions, and I would like to listen to them very carefully, because my observation is like a common man, and being a Highlander, what kind of problems we are facing since ages, what kind of road constructions we are having. मुझे तो कभी रोड ही ठीक नहीं दिखती है, जो NH58 है, since my childhood, हमेशा उसमें कुछ हो रहा है. It's not only landslide, it's construction part. हमेशा ये कहा जाता है अब रोड बन रही है. जब हमारे खंडूरी जी रोड एंड ट्रांसपोर्ट मिनिस्टर थे, दैट टाइम ये कहा गया क्योंकि वो रोड एंड ट्रांसपोर्ट मिनिस्टर है, अब रोड बन रही है. फिर कहा ये 4 लेन हो रही है, फिर कहा ये और 6 लेन हो जाएगी. So all the time it is under construction, and it is in the psyche. If I would like to share all these things from the point of view of the psyche of the Highlanders, I would like to share a very interesting story with you. In 2006, my son was just 2 years old, and I visited United States of America, Philadelphia, and I asked him कि आपके लिए क्या लाना है. तो 2.5-3 years का रहा होगा. तो he was telling कि मेरे लिए एक JCP लानी है, एक मेरे लिए डंपर लाना है, एक मेरे लिए रोलर लाना है, और एक मेरे लिए ट्रैकर लाना है, and all those things जो रोड कंस्ट्रक्शन में काम आती है. And I was thinking कि ये कहाँ मिलेगा. और फिर मैंने स्टोर्स में देखा तो उनका एक कंबाइंड टॉय का पूरा पैकेज था, जिसमें सारी चीजें, आज भी उसमें 2-3 मेरे पास मिल जाएंगी, वो सारी थी. और उसके बाद जब मैंने उसको वो दी तो वो फर्श में उनको लगाता था और कहता था अब मैं इसे पौड़ियाला बनाऊंगा. अब ये यहाँ पे मैंने 82 बना दिया. These are the famous spots where we always faced roadblock. तो हमारी जो नियति है हाईलैंडर्स की वो रोड ब्लॉक्स की है, हमारी नियति लैंडस्लाइड की है, हमारी नियति रोड कंस्ट्रक्शन की, ऑलवेज एज्यूमिंग अब ठीक होगी, कल ठीक होगी, अब बहुत अच्छी बन रही है, अब तो बिल्कुल नई टेक्नोलॉजी से बन रही है। बट वेरी अनफॉर्चुनेटली आई एम शेयरिंग इट कि कुछ हमारे सामने कभी ऐसा नहीं हुआ कि हम 4 घंटे में पहुंच गए, हम 3 घंटे में पहुंच गए। एंड हियर आई वुड लाइक टू मेंशन प्रोफेसर एसपी सिंह फेमस कोट कि उन्होंने एक कॉन्फ्रेंस में कहा था कि स्पीड किसने मांगी थी, हमने तो नहीं मांगी थी। सो मीन्स हमें कंफर्ट चाहिए, स्पीड नहीं चाहिए कि हम 2.5 घंटे में देहरादून पहुंच जाए, ऐसी स्पीड नहीं चाहिए। पहाड़ में आपको एक्सपेक्ट भी नहीं करनी चाहिए। कहीं कोई आंदोलन नहीं हुआ था कि हमें 2.5 घंटे में आप देहरादून पहुंचा दीजिए, हमें आप सेफली देहरादून पहुंचा दीजिए, हमें आप विदाउट डिस्टर्बेंस पहुंचा दीजिए, विदाउट डस्ट पहुंचा दीजिए, बिना किसी गर्मी और जाड़े में जो मौसम की मार झेलनी पड़ती है उसके बिना पहुंचा दीजिए। ये बात हुई थी। सो व्हाट आई वुड लाइक टू से कि देयर इज, एज शिखा सेड, डाइकोटोमी, conflict, confusion between development and environment. How to save our environment? Ecological issues are there. Urbanization is there. Safe urbanization कैसे किया जाए? आपके शहरों को, जो शहर पहाड़ में बस चुके हैं और जिनको हमने ऑलमोस्ट उनका आर्किटेक्ट खत्म कर दिया है, आपके पास कोई लॉ नहीं थे कि कोई आदमी अपना पठाल वाला घर तब तक नहीं तोड़ सकता जब तक कि उसको इजाजत ना हो। सबने गांव में अपने पठाल के घर तोड़े और अपने लिंटल डाल दिए। क्या कोई ऐसी रेगुलेटरी बॉडी नहीं थी जो उनके लैंडस्केपिंग को रोक सकती कि इतना खूबसूरत लैंडस्केप था हमारे विलेजेस का, हमने खत्म कर दिया और वहां लिंटल वाले मकान डाल दिए, जिसके कारण फ्रिज हमारे घरों में आ गए पहाड़ में, जहां की फ्रिज और पंखे का कोई मतलब नहीं होता। सो लॉट ऑफ इश्यूज आर देयर, जो अगर मैं कॉमन विदाउट साइंस बात करूं तो वो ऐसे इश्यूज हैं जो हमें रोज ओवर द डेकेड्स देखने को मिले और उसमें चेंज मिला। आपके पास कोई शहरी विकास का फॉर्मूला नहीं है। आप सोचते हैं कि शहर का जो विकास है वो हाई एल्टीट्यूड में भी वैसा ही होना है और मध्य हिमालय में भी वैसा ही होना है और शिवालिक में भी वैसा ही होना है और फुट हिल्स में भी वैसा ही होना है। आपके पास ना आर्किटेक्ट है ना लैंडस्केप है, सब कुछ था, आपने वो खत्म कर दिया। और खत्म करके आप सोचते हैं कि विकास का मतलब है कि एक देहरादून को गोपेश्वर की जगह स्थापित कर देना और एक दिल्ली को देहरादून की जगह स्थापित कर देना और एक श्रीनगर को जोशीमठ की जगह स्थापित कर देना। तो आपके पास जो डेवलपमेंटल मॉडल्स हैं, अनफॉर्चुनेटली वो प्लेन्स के मॉडल है और वो आपको ये लगता है ये मॉडल है। पहले तो क्वेश्चन ये है कि इतना वाटर क्राइसिस, क्रॉनिक आपके पास वाटर क्राइसिस हो गया है, इतनी आपको ट्रैफिक की, व्हीकल आपका रेगुलेटरी सिस्टम में नहीं आ रहा है, लोग खरीदे जा रहे हैं, आपके पास सड़कें नहीं है, पहले तो वही मॉडल ठीक नहीं है और सारे ड्रेनेज आपका खत्म। आप, अब मैं देहरादून में रह रही हूँ एंड आई कैन सी कि क्या रोड का कंस्ट्रक्शन क्या है। पूरा देहरादून, पूरा दिल्ली पूरी बरसात में तैर रहा है, बोटिंग हो रही है, फिर आप उसको बचने के लिए कहते हैं न्यूयॉर्क भी तैर रहा था। So that is not the way that we should be defensive about our mechanism of development. Rather, we should introspect. We should look at us. We should develop a tendency to laugh at ourselves. अपने पे हंसने की टेंडेंसी आनी चाहिए हमको कि हम कर क्या रहे हैं। हमारे पास कोई इतना पॉलिसी इंटरवेंशन थे, आप सुन नहीं रहे। तो कोई भी गवर्नमेंट आती है वो अपने हिसाब से चलती है। और क्योंकि मैं बार बार कहती हूँ कि एकेडमिक्स और गवर्नमेंट का आपस में जैसे इंडस्ट्री और हमारा कोई लिंकेज नहीं है, वेबिनार कर देने से लिंकेज नहीं आ जाएगा। न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में मेरा इंटरवेंशन ये है कि वी डोंट हैव एनी काइंड ऑफ लिंकेज बिटवीन इंडस्ट्री एंड एकेडमिक्स। और हम जो पीएचडी करा रहे हैं उसको कोई सपोर्ट नहीं है, इंडस्ट्री का हमें पता नहीं है। हम जब पीएचडी हो जा रही है, एमए एमएससी हो जा रहा है, तो इंडस्ट्री आ रही है प्लेसमेंट के लिए। इंडस्ट्री कह रही है कि ये जो आपका प्रोडक्ट है ये तो काम का नहीं है। तो ये इंटरवेंशन कब होना चाहिए था? जब हम उस प्रोडक्ट को शेप कर रहे थे, जब हम करिकुलम बना रहे थे, जब हम सिलेबस फ्रेम कर रहे थे, तब इंडस्ट्री का इंटरवेंशन होना चाहिए था। आपने एक फिनिश्ड प्रोडक्ट उनके आगे रखा, प्लेसमेंट वाले आए, उन्होंने कहा नो दिस वी डोंट वांट। अगर आपका ऐसा होता तो हमारी इंडस्ट्री को आज इसकी जरूरत थी। वेस्ट के मॉडल आप ले रहे हैं, वेस्टर्न मॉडल में तो रिसर्च पूरी इंडस्ट्री से फंडेड है। प्राइवेट इंस्टीट्यूशन का कॉन्सेप्ट ही अलग है कि वो स्टूडेंट पे कितना खर्चा करें। हमारा ये है कि वो स्टूडेंट से कितना ग्रैब करे। टाई भी हमारे यहाँ से खरीदो, कोड भी हमारे यहाँ से खरीदो, ये हमारा प्राइवेट का एक कॉन्सेप्ट है। न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में अगर ये लगता है कि प्राइवेट और पब्लिक इंस्टीट्यूशन को एक नजर से देखना है, तो आई होप कि फ्यूचर में हम एक नजर से तब देख पाएंगे जब प्राइवेट उस जो वो इन्वेस्ट कर रही है उसको इन्वेस्ट समझेगी, एक्सपेंडिचर और अर्निंग नहीं समझेगी, और एजुकेशन में जो इन्वेस्टमेंट होगा वो स्टूडेंट के ऊपर बर्डन नहीं होगा, वो उसकी अपनी आवश्यकताओं का गेन होगा जबकि वो प्रोडक्ट उसके पास जाएगा, जब स्टूडेंट उसके पास जाएगा। तो लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स आर देयर जहाँ पे जेनेसिस में कुछ गड़बड़ी लगती है। हिमालय के मामले में भी यही हुआ। डेवलपमेंट आप कर रहे हैं, आपने जब ये केदारनाथ की आपदा आई थी आपने देखा था, आई डोंट नो शायद अगस्त उन्हीं में था, वो मल्टी स्टोरीड एक नदी के किनारे, ऐसा बिल्कुल चॉपिंग भी उसकी ऐसा गिरा कि वो सीन जब भी आप केदारनाथ का देते हैं तो उस पिक्चर को देते हैं, आपने क्यों बनने दिया? आपका वो मल्टी स्टोरी का मॉडल कहाँ से आया? आपकी नगर पालिका ने उसे अप्रूव कैसे किया? सो बिकॉज वी डोंट हैव एनी मॉडल, वी डोंट हैव, वी ऑलवेज से कि जो मिथ ऑफ फ्रेजिलिटी है वो इतनी हाईलाइटेड है कि सारे हिमालय फ्रेजाइल है। यानी कि दो टाइप की चीजें हैं, एक तो फ्रेजाइल है तो डेवलपमेंट हो नहीं सकता, एक यह है कि फ्रेजाइल भी है लेकिन मुझे तो मल्टी स्टोरीड बनानी है तो मैं बना के रहूंगा। तो आपके पास दो एक्सट्रीम में उसका मॉडल आता है, आपके पास बीच का मॉडल कि जो उसको सूट करे। क्या आपको जरूरत है कि आप हाई एल्टीट्यूड में इतने टूरिस्ट को जाने देते? क्यों आप उनको रिजर्व नहीं कर देते? क्या जहां टूरिस्ट के आपके स्पॉट हैं उसको आप रेगुलेट क्यों नहीं कर सकते? टूरिस्ट पे टैक्सेशन की पॉलिसी क्यों नहीं आती? बिकॉज टूरिस्ट आर नॉट द परमानेंट हैबिटेंट ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर एरिया, they don't live there, we live there. So आप उनकी कॉस्ट पे जो अंधाधुंध टूरिज्म को करते, और टूरिज्म आज की डेट में आपको 21st सेंचुरी के हिसाब से करना पड़ेगा जब टूरिज्म एक नीड हो गई है, सारे लोग घरों से बाहर निकलते, उनको जाना होता है, वीकेंड का कॉन्सेप्ट आ चुका है, प्राइवेटाइजेशन हो चुका है, लोगों को फटीग है काम करते करते, तो वो निकल जाते हैं। उस निकलने में आप उनको रेगुलेट आज से 50 साल पहले की तरह करेंगे तो प्रॉब्लम आएगी। आप पिलग्रिमेज को कहेंगे कि नहीं यहाँ तो केवल पूजा करने आना है, और तो आपका डिमार्केशन क्या है? केदारनाथ आपदा के बाद आप कहते हैं बिकॉज वी हैव मेड केदारनाथ अ टूरिस्ट प्लेस, इसलिए आपदा आई। अब आपके पास यानी पब्लिक के पास भी, आई एम नॉट ओनली ब्लेमिंग द गवर्नमेंट, हमारे पास और गवर्नमेंट के पास वो कौन सा नापने का यंत्र है जहां पे ये पता लगे टूरिस्ट था या ये तीर्थ यात्री था? कैसे पता लगेगा? वो आपको अपना, क्योंकि आप रेगुलेट नहीं कर पा रहे इसलिए आप ये सब मिक्सअप करते हैं पॉलिसीज का, और ये मिक्सअप बातें हम प्रेजेंट करते हैं, और जो हमारे पैनल डिस्कशंस होते हैं उसमें बार बार एक ऐसा नहीं लोगों ने काम नहीं किया या लोगों ने पॉलिसीज नहीं बनाई या हमारे स्कॉलर्स बताते नहीं रहते, दे हैव बीन कंटिन्यूअसली इंटरफियरिंग, और उनका इंटरवेंशन है एंड दे आर टेलिंग, वार्निंग है कि ये नहीं करना, ये नहीं करना। कहीं जो मैं बीच में आपको लिंक बता रही थी वो कहीं मिसिंग है। एकेडमिक लोगों को ये समझ में नहीं आता कि वो गवर्नमेंट को एडवाइस करने के लिए, वो गवर्नमेंट के सबऑर्डिनेट बनने के लिए नहीं होते, वो गवर्नमेंट के सबऑर्डिनेट बन जाते हैं कि गवर्नमेंट ये कह रही है तो हम इससे अलग कैसे करें, और जो गवर्नमेंट है उनको ये लगता ही नहीं कि आपसे एडवाइस ली जाए। तो ये जो बीच में, और ये जो बीच का स्पेस होता है उसको ब्यूरोक्रेसी खा जाती है। यानी मेरा जो स्पेस है जहां पे मुझे अपनी बात रखनी है और चीफ मिनिस्टर को मेरी बात पे ध्यान देना है, क्योंकि मैं रख नहीं रही हूँ, मैं उस माइंडसेट से काम ही नहीं कर रही हूँ, मुझे लग रहा है आई एम द पार्ट ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट, गवर्नमेंट जो बोलेगी मुझे वही करना। सो आई एम जस्ट स्पेयरिंग दैट स्पेस, और मैंने छोड़ दिया, मैं किसी और स्पेस पे चली गई। इधर से गवर्नमेंट को पता है आप उस स्पेस पे गए हो, इसलिए वो आपसे एडवाइस लेती नहीं है, क्योंकि आप दिन रात उनके साथ खड़े हो, जी कह रहे हो, आप कह रहे हो आप बताइए क्या होना है, आप उनको बता नहीं रहे हो, तो उनको भी नहीं पता है कि ये स्पेस आपका है। तो अब स्पेस तो खाली है, वहां पे आ जाती है ब्यूरोक्रेसी, और जब आपने स्पेस छोड़ दिया और ब्यूरोक्रेसी वहां पर आ जाती है तो उसके बाद ओपन गोल पोस्ट होता है, जितने गोल किए जाए, जितना अंधाधुंध डेवलपमेंट सो कॉल्ड किया जाए, जितने वृक्ष काटे जाए, जितने जंगल काटे जाए, कंक्रीट के जंगल बनाए जाए, टूरिज्म की पॉलिसी वही देहरादून के लिए और वही आपके मुंशियारी के लिए लगा दी जाए, और मैं बार बार वो एग्जाम्पल देती हूँ, जब हम लोग यूपी में थे तो एक टंकी लगने का जो वाटर टैंक होता है उसको लगने की योजना आई, पता नहीं कितनी आई, कितने करोड़ की आई, आई डोंट नो दैट, लेकिन लगने की आई। अब तो शायद रोड वाइडनिंग में उनको तोड़ दिया गया। आप सारी जगह हर 2 किलोमीटर पे और 5 किलोमीटर पे उन टैंक्स को देखते थे। उसके बराबर फास्ट डेवलपमेंट का कुछ हो नहीं सकता, उसके बराबर मजाक कुछ नहीं हो सकता कि आपने फीता नापा 10 किलोमीटर यहाँ पे पूरे हो गए, आपने एक टैंक बना दिया, पानी कहाँ से आएगा यू डोंट नो, और वो टाइल्स वाइल्स लगा के चमका के लिख भी दिया कि किस योजना के अंतर्गत ये पानी वहां पहुंचाया गया। सो आपकी एक पॉलिसी बन रही है, वो पॉलिसी सारी जगह के लिए एक जैसी बन, जैसे अभी गवर्नमेंट ने कहा कि हम 4G नेटवर्क सारे कॉलेजेस को दे देंगे। अब सवाल यह है कि कॉलेजेस हमारे इतनी विचित्र जगह पे यू कैन नॉट इवन इमेजिन। अगर आप उन कॉलेजेस में चले जाइए तो आपको लगेगा कि वहां क्या करेगा, मतलब बच्चा आके क्या पढ़ेगा। आपने कहा वही 4G देहरादून में, वही 4G मुंशियारी में, वही 4G वहां, वो जाना नहीं है। सो व्हाट आई मीन टू से, और जो एक पीड़ा है वो ये है कि ये जो बीच के स्पेस हमने खाली छोड़े हैं, ये लिंक्स जो खाली छोड़े हैं, इनको ढूंढने की आवश्यकता है और इनके लिए एक प्रेशर बनाने की आवश्यकता है कि आपको सुनना पड़ेगा। आप वेस्ट में देखते हैं कोई क्राइम होता है तो यूनिवर्सिटी को कांटेक्ट किया जाता है, अर्थक्वेक आता है तो यूनिवर्सिटी को कांटेक्ट, नॉट ओनली कि मीडिया हमारे पास आके बोले कि ऋषि गंगा की बाढ़ कैसे आई, गवर्नमेंट वो हमें आके पूछे कि हुआ क्या, क्यों हुआ। पहला स्टेटमेंट चीफ मिनिस्टर देने से पहले एक एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशन अपने को इस लायक कर दे कि वो आपके पास आए, कि वो पूछे कि ये हुआ क्या था, क्योंकि हमको वहां जाना है, हमको अपनी मोडस ऑपरेंडी डेवलप करनी है कि राहत कैसे पहुंचानी है, पहले रेस्क्यू कैसे करना है, फिर उनको बचाना है, फिर रिहेबिलिटेशन, ये सब बाद में आएगा, पहले तो उनको बचाना है। तो एक एकेडमिशियन वहां पे खड़ा रहे, एक साइंटिस्ट खड़ा रहे, इतने लोगों ने अपने जीवन गुजार दिए। ग्रीन बोनस पे इतना अच्छा काम प्रोफेसर SP सिंह साहब ने किया, लेकिन जब ग्रीन बोनस पॉलिसी को डिक्लेयर करने की बात आई तो आपने कुछ और ही कह के डिक्लेयर कर दिया सरकार। सो व्हाट आई मीन टू से कि गलती क्या केवल सरकार से हो रही है या हमसे भी हो रही है, ये इस पैनल डिस्कशन में आई होप and I'm very sure because the people assembled here for this panel discussion having all that kind of sensibility जो मैं कहना चाह रही हूँ, I hope that everybody will understand it कि हम अपने स्पेस को अपनी ग्रिप में रखें, not because of our ego कि ये मेरा स्पेस है, but because of उसका अतिक्रमण हो गया बहुत ज्यादा, और हमें उस पहले अपने स्पेस के अतिक्रमण को हटाना, उसको खाली करना है, उसके बाद हमें एक फुल प्रूफ प्लान लेके गवर्नमेंट पे जाना है, और ऐसा जाना है कि गवर्नमेंट को लगे कि इसको हमको एक्सेप्ट करना है, और ताकि उनकी पॉलिसीज में हमारी जो पूरा समय पढ़ाई में जा रहा है वो झलके, और हमें ये लगे कि एक वेलफेयर स्टेट है तो वो वेलफेयर स्टेट की हमारे ऊपर जिम्मेदारी है। वी आर द पार्ट एंड पार्सल ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट, उस सेंस में हम पार्ट एंड पार्सल है कि पब्लिक मनी इंस्टीट्यूशन पे लगता है और हमको वो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी का एहसास होना चाहिए कि हमारे ऊपर जो पैसा लग रहा है इंस्टीट्यूशन को डेवलप करने में, उसका सही तरीके से उपयोग कैसा हो। तभी हम हिमालय के लिए एक ऐसा मॉडल खड़ा कर पाएंगे कि बार बार कोर्ट ना जाना पड़े कि ये गवर्नमेंट गलत कर रही है, ये गलत कर रही है, हमारी सुनी जाए, और ऐसी सुनी जाए जैसे आपने ये रोड का मामला आया था तो बहुत पहले इसके लिए आगाह कर दिया गया था कि इसमें बहुत भयंकर लैंडस्लाइड होने वाला है, और वो आप उसे विटनेस कर पा रहे हैं, इतने एक्सीडेंट हो रहे हैं। तो ये जो सिंक्रोनाइज्ड जो एक वर्ड यूज किया था सिका ने शुरू में, वो जो सिंक्रोनाइज्ड अप्रोच है, वी ऑल आर द स्टेक होल्डर्स, उसमें हमें सबके आपस में खड़े होके वो बात करनी पड़ेगी कि वो चाहे वाइल्ड लाइफ वाले हो, वो चाहे जियोलॉजी वाले हो, वो ज्योग्राफी वाले हो, वो पॉलिसी प्लानर्स हो, वो प्रैक्टिशनर्स हो, सारे लोग मिलके इस बारे में सोचे कि किस स्टेक होल्डर को आपने अलग कर दिया while framing the policy and while finalizing this big project। आपने हमको अंधेरे में रख दिया, सारे हाइड्रो पावर बना दिए, लोकल के लिए क्या हाइड्रो की आपने लाइट की क्या और उनको एनर्जी देने की क्या व्यवस्था करी, आपने 10 मेगावाट के जो लोकल प्रोजेक्ट्स थे उनको मींस मेरे सामने इतना बड़ा अजगर जैसा जीवीके है और मेरे पास लाइट नहीं है, तो चिराग तले अंधेरा। जब तक आप हाईलैंडर्स को और वहां रहने वाले लोगों को ये एहसास नहीं दिलाएंगे कि उनके जो रिसोर्सेज हैं उनका इंडिजिनस तरीके से उनके लिए उपयोग किया जा रहा है, तब तक वो प्रॉब्लम आएगी। और सारी चीजें, माइग्रेशन इससे जुड़ा है, ये बहुत एक बृहद विषय है जिसपे हम समय समय पर बात करते रहते हैं। It's not only on Himalaya Day we are talking about it, or on the eve of Himalaya Day we are talking about it. We keep on talking about it in different domains कि हमारे जो बात हो वो ऐसी बात होनी चाहिए कि माइग्रेशन पे भी, माइग्रेशन रुके तो फिर आप पॉलिटिशियन से पूछते हैं तो कहते हैं माइग्रेशन तब रुकेगा ना जब डेवलपमेंट करेंगे। फिर डेवलपमेंट पे बात आती है तो एक ही इशू हो जाता है कि आपके पास डेवलपमेंट का मॉडल कौन सा है। फिर आपके पास मल्टी स्टोरी जैसी बिल्डिंगें होती हैं जिसमें आपको फॉरेस्ट को काटना पड़ता है। फिर आप कहते हैं फॉरेस्ट लॉ बीच में आ गया तो हम डेवलपमेंट नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। फिर आप फॉरेस्ट लॉ को डाइल्यूट करते हैं तो इकोलॉजिकल प्रॉब्लम आती है। तो ये जो सारा एक से दूसरा जुड़ा है, ये एक होलिस्टिक अप्रोच है, ये एक सिंक्रोनाइज्ड अप्रोच है। इसमें केवल रिसोर्सेस का होलिस्टिक यूज नहीं है, इसमें लोगों का भी है कि हम किसी को ना छोड़े, सबको साथ लेके चले, वहां रहने वालों को, बाहर से आने वालों को। एक अजीब सा, मतलब जैसे भूमि कानून, आपका भू कानून, उसके भी अजीब अजीब पैरामीटर है। मतलब हम अपनी जमीन लेके बैठ जाएं और हम कहें कि कोई दूसरा इसको ना तो छेड़ेगा और ना मैं छेड़ूंगा, तो उसके ऊपर भी हमको एक विचार करने वाली बात है कि आपके पास वो कंफ्यूजन दिखाई देता है, लोगों पे भी वो कंफ्यूजन दिखाई देता है कि हमारी सारी जमीन बाहर वालों ने ले ली, और बाहर वालों ने ले ली तो अब हम क्या करेंगे, हमारी इनसिक्योरिटी है। आपने 200 साल तक उस जमीन में कुछ नहीं किया और पिछले 50 साल से आपने उसको बंजर छोड़ दिया, तो अब उसका कैसे यूज करना है, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली सब कुछ भारत के परिप्रेक्ष्य में देखने की आवश्यकता होती है। तो अब उसका यूज कैसे करना है, इसके लिए, क्योंकि एक को लगता है कि मैं ठगा जा रहा हूं, दूसरे को लगता है कि मैंने इसको ठगना है, तो ये जो एक्सप्लॉइटेशन और बीइंग एक्सप्लॉइटेड वाली साइकोलॉजी है, ये भी डेवलपमेंट में एक बहुत आड़े आती है। तो सारी चीजों में मिल बैठ के कोई एक पॉलिसी जो ऑलरेडी है, और जो मैं एक कदम आगे बढ़ के कि हमें पॉलिसी बनानी है, हमें नहीं बनानी, पॉलिसी बनाई है, स्कॉलर्स ने काम किया है, बहुत अच्छे काम हुए, हर लेवल पे पॉलिसी बनाई है। अब सवाल यह है कि वो बनाई है तो उसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन हमें सुना जाए। वी आर बीइंग हर्ड ऑलवेज एंड वी आर प्रिविलेज्ड टू बी हर्ड ऑलवेज। है हमारी एक ऐसी क्लास है कि हम बोलते हैं तो लोग सुनते हैं, तो क्या ये जो वॉइस है इसको और ज्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग करने की आवश्यकता है, इंस्टीट्यूशन से ऐसी आवाजें आनी चाहिए तो सुना जाएगा। इन सारी चीजों पे बात करने की आवश्यकता है। आई एम वेरी श्योर कि जिस हिसाब से लोग इतने सेंसिटिव हैं, और उत्तराखंड में ही उत्तराखंड के बहुत सारे स्कॉलर्स हैं, और जो आज हमारे बीच में अमीना हैं वो भी बात करेंगी, और लक्ष्मीकांत जी करेंगे, मानव चक्रवर्ती करेंगे, सुशील भाई करेंगे, नवीन जुयाल करेंगे, प्रोफेसर एसपी सिंह करेंगे। इन लोगों ने अपना जीवन खपाया है अपनी स्टडी में। आई होप कि कोई ना कोई एक ऐसा कुछ इस मंथन से निकल के आएगा कि हम लोग एक पॉलिसी ड्राफ्ट करके कम से कम 12-13 राज्यों में, नहीं तो उत्तराखंड की सरकार को तो हम श्योरली देंगे। एंड आई विल टॉक टू द चीफ मिनिस्टर कि ये बात भी थी और इसमें ये बात है, तो प्लीज आप थोड़ा सा इनको भी पलट लिया करिए, इन पॉलिसीज को देख लिया कीजिए। जब कभी हिमालय में आप डेवलपमेंट की सोचते हैं या बात करते हैं, उसको एक रैश तरीके से और मैड तरीके से इम्प्लीमेंट मत कर दीजिए। फुट हिल्स और हाई एल्टीट्यूड में एक साथ नहीं हो सकता। बुग्याल्स भी बचाने हैं, जंगल भी बचाने हैं, नदियां भी बचानी हैं, सब कुछ बचाना है, और सब कुछ को आप एक्सप्लॉइट किए जा रहे हैं। तो ये वो कॉलोनियल जो आपका माइंडसेट है, कॉलोनियल तरीके से जो आप माइंडसेट कर रहे हैं, तो उसमें चिपको आंदोलन बड़ा इंटरवेंशन था, बहुत सारे आंदोलन आए, हिमालय बचाओ आंदोलन आया, बहुत सारे ट्रीज को बचाने के लिए आंदोलन आए, और समय समय पर आते रहते हैं। हम कहते हैं हमारे ऑक्सीजन हम दे रहे हैं, हमारे वाटर टावर्स हैं, और ग्लेशियर पीछे जा रहे हैं और पिघल रहे हैं, और बहुत सारी समस्याएं। आप लोग सब बहुत ही स्कॉलर लोग हैं, आपको सब पता है कि कैसे उसको रोका जाएगा और कैसे किया जा सकता है। इतना ही मुझे इस हिमालय डे की पूर्व संध्या पे कहना है। थैंक यू सो मच, एंड अगेन आई एक्सटेंड अ वेरी वेरी वार्म वेलकम टू ऑल द स्पीकर्स। थैंक यू सो मच।
that was in a very thought-provoking. So you can mute. We have with us today Professor Surendra Pratap Singh. Professor Singh's contribution as Vice Chancellor of H&B Garhwal University and Advisor Planning Commission, Uttarakhand government are exemplary. He is the recipient of Birbal Sahni Award for Lifetime Contribution, Uttarakhand Ratna and Peace Prize from Italy. Professor Singh is striving for mountain-specific quality research and sustainable development of the Himalayas. As a senior scientist, he has delivered talks on the Himalayas in relation to climate change. A very warm welcome to you, sir. I request you to kindly deliver the keynote address.
Because of some
Thank
problem.
you. No, let me introduce Dr. Sati. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So thank you so much for kind words from the Vice Chancellor, and I was listening to her, and I thought that had I been Vice Chancellor, I would have spoken something like similar vein. She has been very honest. This is something which has really would have a long-term impact as far as universities of this region is concerned. So I'm delighted to see the way she spoke, and she covered many points which we need to really address. So I've been, my problem was that I had gone through a ticklish eye surgery. So I thought that it should be safer for me not to speak through presentation. So Dr. Sati would be doing that job. And he has been, because he has been good to me, and because also I've been talking a lot about development with him. I'm not boasting that we know development, but one thing is very clear, that we never thought about anything else other than thinking about the country, society, Samaj. That I can claim. So with this, I would just point out for certain things that sustainable development is a very complicated thing. Dr. Surekha Dangwal said very clearly that we think that we are starting. We never try to understand what has been said in the past, what are the researches in the past. We always posed as if we are the innovator of something. So my submission is that those who are interested in development, they should think about start with something like a THED, that is called Theory of Himalayan Degradation of 1970s, by in which Jack Ives and others took participate at the global level. I think that can be one of the starting points as far as sustainable development of mountains are concerned. If you don't understand THED, you won't be able to really derive. So my point is that all those who are young, whether they're economists or ecologists, or they should see that what has been done in the past. So then the second point is that whatever we say, when we made a state, we may claim that the state is going to be made because of mountain development. But then we found that there's a divide between mountain development and plains, even in a mountain state. That guilt feeling is a very strong factor. You can't avoid that factor when we discuss about the development. And last is a third point is that it's a very saying that environment, there's a dichotomy. I don't agree. Now people have learned that environment and economics can go together. They are not against each other. This kind of understanding is very clear now. You need to think more deeply about that. So please, those who are new economists, well, they should think about that the two can easily go together. And when you start about thinking about renewable energy rather than fossil fuel energy, so there's no conflict as far as ecology and economics going together. But it is the question of scale and other things which we also should be aware of. I remember that 1985, perhaps, I had written a paper with Dr. J.S. Singh that whether you say abandon agriculture in a planned way, or you say, or agriculture would be said would be become redundant on its own way. So my point was that we should do it in a planned way. Means 1980s, I imagined that agriculture can't be sustained. The drudgery part is very strong. My point is that in the modern world, where people are not doing any kind of exercise, the drudgery of mountain systems in which they're carrying the load of the fodder, firewood, that cannot continue very long if there's some economic growth. So some economic growth started occurring, and now you can see that agriculture is being abandoned gradually or rapidly in some parts. But agriculture is a very essential thing. I'm saying the question is, say in Delhi, people may say that India, Himalaya or Uttarakhand has become better because if there's no agriculture, the forest resources would not be exploited on day-to-day basis. So there won't be any degradation. So forests will recover. So it is a development. But is it development? These paradox should be also understood. China में billions डॉलर खर्च किए गए कि आप लोग पहाड़ छोड़ दो, steep slopes पर agriculture न हो, and they claim that this is the biggest payment system in the world, जिसमें उनका grain for green, मतलब कहा कि हम grain देंगे और forest maintain होंगे. हम दुखी हैं, परेशान हैं कि जो हमारा mountain था जहाँ लोग आदमी रहते थे, जहाँ एक terrace पर agriculture होता था जो खूबसूरत भी था, वो नहीं रहेगा तो किस तरह का development होगा ये. So these are paradox. Globally आप बात करोगे तो कहेंगे लोग कि ठीक है development होने जा रहा है, क्योंकि there will be more forest cover. जो लोग gross environmental product की बात करते हैं, वो उनको भी खुश होना चाहिए कि वे पहाड़ छोड़ रहे हैं लोग तो forest recover होगा अपने आप. No, it's not that. पहाड़ का मतलब ये भी था कि आदमी भी था, उसमें culture भी था, as Dr. Surya Khandelwal said. हम इन सबको भी ignore नहीं कर सकते. हम nostalgia को भी रखना चाहते हैं. Go to Europe, in many areas, log chale gaye, mountains छोड़ दिया, and those who are left are dying because of nostalgia. So nostalgia, the human factors, economic growth, ये सब कुछ मिला के complex development के issues होते हैं. So my submission is that universities should play a role. मैंने कहा था डॉक्टर सुरेखा डंगवाल से, मैं बहुत पहले कहता रहता था कि हमारे स्टेट में कोई भी डिपार्टमेंट इकोनॉमिक्स का नहीं है जहां पर गवर्नमेंट के लिए एडवाइजर बन सकें. I'm glad to know that someone has come who is a professor rank, who appears to be quite aware of these problems and who has taken interest. I'm a professor of economics who has been recently appointed. So these are good signs for say a university. आप क्यों नहीं दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी बन सकते हैं? मेरे ख्याल बन सकते हैं. We have everything, and with the vice chancellor of say honesty and commitment and forthrightness, I think we are on right path. Things can improve. So my submission is that we can do something. We can always do something. So we keep that in mind. Exert करना, यूनिवर्सिटीज को exert करना पड़ेगा. जब मैं देख रहा था कि अमेरिका में जब पूछा जाता था कि आप कोविड के बारे में कौन बताएगा, तो कोई यूनिवर्सिटी का प्रोफेसर आता था. हमारे यहाँ जो है कोई ब्यूरोक्रेट बताता है कि आप जो, या कोई डॉक्टर जो क्लिनिकल है, जो क्लिनिक चलाता है वो बताता था कि आपके कोविड में क्या होने वाला है. कोविड इज इशू ऑफ साइंस, जिसे रिसर्च की जरूरत थी. दूसरे तरह रिसर्चर थे, वो डॉक्टर होना जरूरी नहीं था उनके लिए. पर हम ऐसा हमारी यूनिवर्सिटीज में दो यूनिवर्सिटीज, आई थिंक ओनली वन यूनिवर्सिटी विच टुक सम इनिशिएटिव. बाकी जगह यूनिवर्सिटी ने सोचा हमारा काम तो है ही नहीं. सो एम्स जो बहुत अच्छा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है इन ए वे, तो उसका डायरेक्टर बताता रहा कि आपको कोविड में क्या होने वाला है. तो these are the discrepancies in say development. जो बातें चली, इट्स अ वेरी कॉम्प्लेक्स इशू. मेरे ख्याल से ये आवर्स एंड आवर्स बात होने की जरूरत पड़ेगी. इंडस्ट्री, जब मैं बीसी था आज से 15 साल पहले, तब भी इंडस्ट्री और यूनिवर्सिटी के पार्टनरशिप की बात चलती थी. आज भी चल रही है, उतना ही कमजोर रूप में आज भी है जितना पहले था. क्यों ऐसा हो रहा है? So these things should be, and Dr. Sati, मुझे hope है कि ये थोड़ा मुझसे संकोच कर रहे थे कि it may be difficult for me to, but I think he's the person who belongs to system. He understands geology. He may not be understanding ecology fully, but he belongs to the system. That's also strength. ये बात बड़ी भारी strength की बात है कि आप उस system के part हो, and then you are academician. ऐसा combination कहाँ मिलता है? मुझे याद है प्रोफेसर मिश्रा कहा करते थे जो इकोलॉजिस्ट थे कि अमेरिकन जो है वो जाके रिसर्च डेटा इकट्ठा करते हैं, आप यहाँ बैठे हुए हो नैनीताल में. So you know the system. So that is strength of Dr. Sati, Dr. Sushil, or say Dr. Surekha. ये सब है कि we are the part of the system. So this is a very unique kind of relationship, and we should build on that. Academics plus you are the part of the system. So I have spoken a bit more. I say I'm thankful to Dr. Sati, who has taken responsibility of the presentation, whatever I could draw for this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. You have spoken, and actually it has become much easier for me because most of the things you have covered, which is in the presentation, and at the same time you have spoken very high about me. I don't know whether I'm of that caliber or not, but still I will try my best. So how it should be in that way. Okay. So the topic is sustainable development, and yes, this is covering this one. Sustainable development of Uttarakhand in a challenging world constraints, distortions, and possibilities. It is not working still.
Sir, it is visible, full screen.
Oh, okay. The central issues of the mountains, and particularly Uttarakhand, it is the mountain plain divide, a divide in the developmental parameters. The issues of mountains are different from that of the plain. We are facing the issue of depopulation, whereas the plains are facing overpopulation. These are the things which should be addressed. Less development in hills, poor facilities like health, education, and jobs. If we are talking about the out migration, so we should address these issues as well. Less political representation. This is going to be a big issue in the future, and already Uttarakhand is facing this problem. Initially, the legislative seats of the hills were much higher. The number was much higher, and it has reduced because of this depopulation tendencies. And people are worried that during in the coming years, when again reconstitution of the constituencies will occur, further reduction in the representation will be a big issue of the hills. Again, we are facing migration out of almost approximately 16,000 villages. 3,000 villages are they are barren, they are depopulated, could not be fulfilled by aspiration of the state, of the separate state. When we were fighting for separate state, we were thinking about the overall development of the region. Being a hill state, we will formulate our policies. We will make our own development, our terrain-friendly developmental programs. But this has not been done. So it is a big issue that the carving a state from a bigger state, it has not fulfilled the aspirations of the people. What are the main difficulties? Professor Singh says that there is a Dehradun, and Dehradun is a big factor because none other state have the city like Dehradun, the area like Dehradun, which has capability to sink almost the entire hill population of Uttarakhand. That is a big thing. Somebody was saying that it was a lighter side, that Dehradun can accommodate the whole population of the hills. And that is one of the regions that there is a heavy depopulation in the hills, because Dehradun is accommodating each and every economic group of the economic sections of the people of the hills. The reverse thing is that, the adverse thing is that because of this pressure, all the developmental activities, they are going, the welfare activities, the facilities are being, they are being created, they are being planned for Dehradun only, and areas like mountains which are feeling neglected, and because of that negligence, again the migration is speeding up. Climate change and its consequences, it's another a big issue because of the hazards after 2013 Kedarnath tragedy, for example. The whole area, there has been a very considerable reduction in the agriculture practices. Wild animal conflicts in the agriculture for the hills is a big problem actually. And not only this animals, wild animals, the another problem is also that de-domestication of the animals. मैं एक गांव का एग्जांपल देता हूं आपको. एक गांव है कमेड़ा, एक साल में वहां 22 गाय ब्याई और 22 के 22 बछड़े हुए मेल सांड, और 22 के 22 छोड़ दिए गए. So it is going to be a big problem. Animal problem is going to be, it has got several dimensions. How to achieve the economic growth in the mountains despite all above constraints? That is also one of the problems. Globally, the contribution of agriculture in GDP is going down. Though India has approximately 15% of the contribution of the agriculture in GDP, and most of the countries like United States, which are advanced countries, they have very less contribution of agriculture in GDP, approximately 0.2% or 0.1%, not more than that. Only those countries which are poorer in nature, which are economically very poor, which are very underdeveloped countries, they are having much more contribution of agriculture in GDP. So it is a tendency that if a country is becoming prosperous, the contribution of the agriculture is going to be lesser and lesser in its GDP. Now, if we talk about the agriculture of the hills, actually the agriculture, the beauty of the agriculture of hill was, the name was also, because though the name was agriculture, but most of the dependency of the agriculture was in forests. In forests, there were the fodder from the forest, because we don't grow fodder in the fields. The water that was also because of the forest, the rains or the availability of water was more. So for agriculture, because we don't have irrigation, so that is also dependency on the forest for the fodder, for the food, wood, for the fuel, and so many things for the animals, for grazing of the animals, and so many things which were dependent on the forest. So most of the agriculture that was dependent on the forest in the villages. So we were having the forest based agriculture actually. Because of this, what is happening, traditional mountain agriculture in crop fields carved out of the mountain slopes. What are the recent changes? Agriculture abandonment and depopulation, that is one of the aspect. And because of that, the linkage between the day-to-day linkage of the communities with the forest is going down. And because of that, several other things are coming into in front as a constraints. For example, I will give an example of my village. मेरे गांव में पहले सबके जानवर होते थे, सब डोमेस्टिक एनिमल्स होते थे, सब ग्रेजिंग के लिए जाते, फ्री ग्रेजिंग करवाते थे. उसकी वजह से फॉरेस्ट के अंदर इतना डेंसिटी नहीं होती थी कि आप उसमें घुस ना पाए. और अब क्या हो गया है कि अब गांव के नजदीक तक इतना डेंस फॉरेस्ट हो गया है, बिकॉज ऑफ वी आर नॉट द ग्रेजिंग प्रैक्टिसेस इज रिड्यूस्ड अप टू very minimum level or zero, nearly zero. Because of that, फॉरेस्ट ऐसे बन गए हैं कि जो फॉरेस्ट जो हमारे लिए पहले रिसोर्स होते थे, फोडर के लिए होते थे, ग्रेजिंग के लिए होते थे, सो मेनी अदर एक्टिविटीज आर रिलेटेड टू फॉरेस्ट फ्यूल, वो अब हमारे लिए महाकाल बन गया। उसकी वजह से जो एनिमल्स हैं, जो डोमेस्टिक जो वाइल्ड एनिमल्स हैं, वो गांव के नजदीक तक आ गए हैं। बिकॉज ऑफ दैट द हाई पॉपुलेशन ऑफ द पिग्स, मंकीज, इनकी बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ गई है, और उसकी वजह से गांव के अंदर भी एग्रीकल्चर प्रैक्टिसेस करना बहुत मुश्किल हो गया। और दूसरी महत्वपूर्ण बात ये होगी कि फॉरेस्ट के साथ लिंकेज टूटने से फॉरेस्ट फायर की एक्टिविटीज बहुत बढ़ गई है। इस फॉरेस्ट फायर की एक्टिविटीज बढ़ने का एक कारण दूसरा भी रहा कि 1980s में जो फॉरेस्ट रूल्स आए, उसमें ये हो गया कि 1000 मीटर के अबव एल्टीट्यूड में आप कॉमर्शियल ट्री फेलिंग नहीं करेंगे, ब्लैंकेट बैन कर दिया गया। अब हर स्पीसीज की अलग अलग टेंडेंसी होती है, ट्री स्पीसीज की। इसका सबसे ज्यादा फायदा उठाया चीड़ पाइन ने। चीड़ पाइन इज सपोज टू बी फायर प्रोमोटिंग, फायर रेसिस्टेंट स्पीसीज, और फायर प्रमोट वो करती है और फायर रेसिस्टेंट रहती है, और उस प्रमोट की वजह से जो अदर फॉरेस्ट टाइप्स हैं वो रिड्यूस होते गए, और almost entire of the area, I don't know how much percentage of that area is that, पर वो चीड़ पाइन से कवर हो गया। चीड़ पाइन के कवर होने की वजह से every year there is a big threat of the forest fire during the from March to mid June or early June. इस पीरियड में ये भी, that is also one of the problem. Another problem may be because of the climate change, the moisture regime of this part of the year is reduced considerably. That may be one of the reasons. ये rapid climate change is more rapid in Himalayas. The effects of the climate change is more rapid in the Himalayas than any other part of the world. That is an established fact. And grave consequences, violent and frequent extremes are because of these are the results of the climate change. We are facing the frequency of extreme events is much more. Extreme rainfall events, extreme drought events, they are more. It is observed in, and it has been proven by several studies, and IPCC reports also saying the same things. Glacial melt is a very rapid, and that is one of the bigger problem in the Himalayan region. And as a consequence of it, the discharge of the rivers, that is being affected. Flash floods are, the number of flash floods is being increased. Glove is going to be another threat. For example, Rishiganga, there is a debate that Rishiganga tragedy was not because of the glove, but it was a glove type of situation. This type, glacial lake outburst flood, this is a phenomenon which is going to be increased in Himalayan regions because of the climate change phenomenon. Growth may improve, but also episodes of destruction destroyed. It is a general observation that because of the increase in temperature or global warming, the areas which are previously quite cold, they may produce the more agriculture or more horticulture products. But at the same time, because of the destruction due to global climate, due to natural disasters, due to extreme events, this all will be minimized. All benefit will be minimized. Immature topography is another constraint for the Himalaya, and because of this immature topography, landslides are there. Because of the Himalayan active tectonics, earthquakes are a phenomenon which can further generate the landslide. For example, in 2013, Gorkha earthquake that has initiated or originated several landslides and covering the whole area which is affected by that earthquake. Almost the entire 84 square kilometer area was affected by landslide, or the volume of landslide was about 84 square kilometer. Climate change can destabilize all the gains. Whatever the gains in the name of development, if we are we're observing, or we say that there is a gain of development and speed of development and speed of economic growth, that will be nullified by the climate change phenomenon. Now, if you see globally, the carbon dioxide emission is 1.8 contribution of the carbon dioxide emission by India is only 1.8, whereas USA produces or emits 15.2, much higher than that of India. If you see the same phenomenon and the same comparison in case of India itself, within India itself, in the plains, the emission of CO2 is much more higher in the plains, and the change due to this CO2 climate change effect is comparatively much lesser in the plains, whereas in the hills they don't produce much carbon dioxide per capita, but the effect of carbon dioxide emission on the climate change and the climate change effect on the hills is much more higher. So if we talk about globally, we talk that the globe, the people, the countries should think of that those countries which are producing minimum carbon dioxide, they should be given the benefit of that. Why hills cannot claim, if this is the phenomenon in India itself, within India itself, why the hills should not claim for that? That is one of the issues. An issue of climate change and justice. Per capita fossil fuel CO2 emission in hills is much less than that of the plains. One thing. The second thing is, we are also producing hydropower, which is, they call it a green energy, which we are transporting or we are exporting to the other regions. The Himalayas exporting to other regions, or the other regions are using it. Forest, these are the things. Whereas the climate change impacts, what are the climate change impacts in this region? Higher warming, consequent glacial melt, which we are not culprit for that, but we are facing this problem. Intensified pre-monsoon drought, fire, drinking water scarcity, Kedarnath like excessive rain and disasters we are facing, increased failure of crops, rock roadblocks and roads which are facing, and Professor Rekha Dangwal ma'am was also talking about this. These are the consequences of this climate change, which the hill people are not the culprits, but they are the victims. Himalayas energy poor in spite of the huge potential of hydropower. This is also one of the issues, because in terms of statistics, India is used only 29.1% of its hydropower potential. But at the same time, what are the impact on the overall impact on the environment by these hydropower projects? That is another issue. So it's a debatable issue. It's one of the debate which it needs very sensible address or attention actually. In ecosystem services, one of the things. If we say that Himalayas are giving these type of ecosystem services, so these services should be paid in any form. Consider only the ecosystem services being supplied to the rest of the country and global significance. If we consider only this phenomenon, for example, biodiversity, based on the number of total species and number of endemic species, asylum value of the species migrating under climate change influence. For example, I will say that out of 10,000 plant species in the Himalayan region, 3,000, almost 3,000 species are endemic in nature. That's the big number. And same thing with the animals, with the vertebrates, and these are the things. So biodiversity, it's a biodiversity hotspot. Forest carbon sequestration. Now we have got plenty of forest in Uttarakhand, for example. It's a more than 62% forest. So carbon, as a carbon sequestrator, we are providing we are giving a big service to the communities. Soil and water to the adjacent plains and through rivers of Uttarakhand. It is another connection. Soil, the hills of the Himalayas are supplying soils and water to the adjacent plains, which are producing food and all these things. That is also these are the services provided by the hills to the rest of the communities. In future job creation, these could also be considered. There is a big problem of unemployment, and if there is an out migration, the biggest role of this out migration is because of the unemployment, because of lack of jobs. So Professor Singh thinks that data management, which hardly need much infrastructure, meteorological station management, glacier sinkage studies, and river discharge, biodiversity trade regulations, restorations and conservations, nature tourism, these may be the potential field of the employment in the area. Mountain urbanization is more chaotic. In hill regions, urbanization is a big problem. IT and space, could it slow down urbanization? We can think if in IT sector producing more jobs, IT may be these jobs may be provided, these services may be provided from any part of the hills. So urbanization is not necessary for that. Can we think on that also? Black carbon is going to be a big factor. Black carbon, because of the fuel burning, this black carbon is, and because of forest fires and all these things, that is also one of the issues, which is a big issue and going to be a big factor in glacial melting, in several other things, global warming. This also should be addressed, and that may we can think of some jobs, a high number of jobs in this management, black carbon management also. In hill urbanization, what is the basic problem? Actually, there is a problem of water supply. If you have high rate of urbanization or expansion of a city, you need more water, more drinking water, and that for that you have to lift the water from the rivers, and that is also one of the big problem. The another problem is that because of this rapid urbanization, for example, I will give an example of the Srinagar के चारों तरफ करीब 58 स्ट्रीम्स थे, नाले थे, जिनमें से 27, ये मेरी स्टडी, हमारी स्टडी है, 27 नाले ब्लॉक कर दिए गए हैं और उन पे इन्वेजन कर दिया गया है, उन पे बड़े-बड़े मल्टी स्टोरीड बिल्डिंग्स बना दी गई हैं, and that is causing a big problem during the rains. फ्लडिंग हो जाती है, घरों में पानी घुस जाता है, उसकी वजह से मकान टूटते हैं, फिर डिजास्टर्स हो जाते हैं, फिर that is one of the big problem. फॉरेस्ट कवर अर्बनाइजेशन के कारण क्या हो गया कि सराउंडिंग का फॉरेस्ट कवर कम हो जा रहा है, एंड वो कई चीजें, पानी का क्वालिटी कम कर रहा है, पानी का अमाउंट कम हो रही, जो स्प्रिंग नेचुरल स्प्रिंग्स हैं हमारे देखते देखते कई शहरों में, फॉर एग्जांपल अगेन मैं श्रीनगर में बोलूंगा, देयर वर सो मेनी स्प्रिंग्स which are not there now. That is also one of the problem. Now we will talk an example of Nainital Lake. Nainital Lake में क्या है? Nainital Lake में ये problem आ जा रही है कि जब lean period होता है, जब बारिश नहीं होती है, तो उस लेक बहुत लेवल बहुत नीचे चले जाता है और ड्राइड अप हो जाता है, काफी पोर्शन इसका ड्राइड अप हो जाता है। पॉल्यूशन तो एक बात है ही है। इसमें ये देखा गया है कि जो इसके ऊपर सूखा ताल है, सूखा ताल जो स्टडीज हुई हैं, सूखा ताल करीब 40% ऑफ द वाटर फीडिंग करता था सब सरफेस, जो यहाँ रिचार्ज एरिया था, इससे सब सरफेस जो रिचार्ज होता था नैनीताल लेक डाउन में, वो उसका 40% कंट्रीब्यूशन इसका रहता था। यहाँ आपने बिल्डिंगें बना दी, यहाँ का रिचार्ज एरिया इसका रिड्यूस कर दिया, उसकी वजह से नैनीताल लेक पे बहुत बड़ा प्रभाव पड़ रहा था। ये सारी चीजें हिमालय की सेंसिटिविटी को देखते हुए, हिमालयन रीजन की सेंसिटिविटी को देखते हुए इनको कंसिडर करना पड़ेगा, इन चीजों को कंसिडर करना पड़ेगा, जो कि नहीं की जाती है। हेल्दी टूरिज्म, हेल्दी टूरिज्म शुड बी रिप्लेस क्राउडेड एकेडमिक टूरिज्म हो सकते हैं, विलेज टूरिज्म की बात हो रही है, इकोलॉजिकल टूरिज्म हो सकता है, या जैसे कुछ इको फ्रेंडली प्रैक्टिसेस जो इकोनॉमिक प्रैक्टिसेस हैं उनको प्रमोट करते हैं, और उनको उनके थ्रू भी टूरिज्म हो सकता है। फॉर एग्जांपल हनी बी प्रोडक्शन है, हनी बी इज ए वेरी एक्साइटिंग फील्ड, जो कि गेनफुल एम्प्लॉयमेंट के लिए भी बहुत बढ़िया है और टूरिज्म के लिए भी बहुत बढ़िया है। पीपल आर इंटरेस्टेड, पीपल, मोस्ट ऑफ द पीपल दे विल एंजॉय दिस phenomenon, how this honey is produced by the honey bees, how people use this in that way. That may be one of the sector of the big tourism. That is one of the examples.
Professor Sati,
Yeah.
Can you wrap up within 5 minutes?
But now it is going to be finished. But
Great.
now it is okay. Honey bee production can be a game changer in the hills. It, AT India, an NGO, it is now producing almost 60 tons of honey in villages. And due to this, AT India, people of the villages in the hills, they are producing 60 tons of honey, and that is being marketed by AT India supported groups, and it is one of the good model that can be viable and can be replicated in the many areas. That is, and it is a very good in that way for ecological point of view also, pollination, because honey bee is a big very vital animal, very vital species, which is important for pollinations. So ecological services are also there by the honeybee, and at the same time gainful employment for the people. That may be one of the field. AT India model, can it be replicated somewhere? Because through AT India, self-help groups are almost 20,000 women are involved in this field, and they are producing honey, and this is being marketed by a company supported by AT India. This is a producer-based company, and this model seems it's a very effective model. Can it be replicated somewhere in the whole Uttarakhand? That is also one of the points which we should think of. Now, another one thing is that there are two species of honeybee. One is Apis mellifera, and another is Apis cerana. So, can if we are using one species and we are not using another species, can we think of that both the species maybe correspond, maybe helping to, or complement? Can they complement each other? Can we use both the species at the same time for this purpose, for this economic activity? That is also one of the point. Thank you very much. This all was about the presentation. I know the essence of the presentation may be quite different what Professor Singh was thinking while preparing this presentation, and what I conceived from talking with him, that may be quite different, but that was, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Singh and Dr. Sati. May I now take the opportunity to welcome and introduce our first speaker in the panelist list, Shri Sushil Bahuguna. Shri Bahuguna is senior editor and senior anchor at NDTV. and a senior environmental journalist. He is the recipient of several awards, including the Ramnath Goenka Excellence in Journalism Award that he received 3 times. He also received the Best Environmental Reporting in 2014. So we are very happy to have you, Shri Sushil Bahuguna sir, with us today. A warm welcome to you. May I now invite you, sir, to share your views.
नमस्कार, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। सबसे पहले प्रोफेसर ममगाई कि आपने मेरे को इनवाइट किया इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में, जहां इतने गुरु लोग बैठे हैं कि मेरे पास बोलने को बहुत ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं रह जाता। और अभी तक जो बात हुई है उससे लगभग जो पूरी कॉन्फ्रेंस है उसका जो विषय है उसको एक हद तक डील कर लिया गया है। जैसे प्रोफेसर सुरेखा डंगवाल मैम ने बोला क्या चुनौतियां उत्तराखंड के सामने रही हैं, और मैडम तो खुद उन लोगों में से रही हैं शुरुआती जिन्होंने उत्तराखंड आंदोलन में एक बड़ी भूमिका निभाई, और वो जानती हैं कि इस राज्य को बनाने में महिलाओं की जो बड़ी भूमिका थी उसके बदले में इस राज्य की महिलाओं को मिला क्या, और ये हम सब लोग भी देख रहे हैं जो राज्य की आधी आबादी है। प्रोफेसर एसपी सिंह ने भी जिक्र किया उन तमाम चिंताओं का, उन बातों का जो उत्तराखंड के सामने हैं, और उसके बाद प्रोफेसर सती ने जो स्लाइड दिखाई उसमें लगभग हर इशू को डील करने की कोशिश की गई। तो मैं उन मुद्दों को दोबारा नहीं छूना चाहूँगा, और उनको पहले ही बहुत ही प्रभावी तरीके से यहाँ पर बता दिया है। मैं थोड़ा सा इसका सोशियोलॉजिकल एस्पेक्ट बात करना चाहूँगा जिससे हिमालय और उसकी साइंस जुड़ती है, और थोड़ा मैं ब्लंटली, थोड़ा मैं रूखे शब्दों में अपनी बातों को कहना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि जो सच है उसको बोल देना चाहिए। वो रूखा लगता है तो लगता है, लेकिन वही है जो है। तो मैं कुछ बातें उसी तरह से कहूँगा। जब हम उत्तराखंड की बात करते हैं तो मैं सिर्फ उत्तराखंड की बात नहीं करता हूँ, तमाम हिमालयी राज्यों की एक साथ बात करता हूँ। लेकिन उन हिमालयी राज्यों में उत्तराखंड थोड़ा सा और ज़्यादा एक ऐसी केस स्टडी बनकर सामने खड़ा हुआ है जिसमें ये पता लगता है कि एक छोटा हिमालयी राज्य किस तरह से एक बहुत बड़ा पोटेंशियल रखता था और किस तरह से हमने उसको एक गलत रास्ते पर डाल दिया। मेरा जो टॉपिक है वो है कि सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट कैसा हो, और इसी सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट के लिए हमने उत्तराखंड को के लिए लड़ाई लड़ी थी। मैं भी उसका एक बहुत छोटा हिस्सा रहा, और यहाँ मौजूद बहुत सारे लोगों ने अलग अलग तरीके से उसमें अपनी भूमिका निभाई। सबको पता था कि उत्तराखंड बनेगा तो उत्तराखंड जो है वो किसी दूसरे मैदानी राज्य की तरह काम नहीं कर सकता। उसके लिए टेलर मेड पॉलिसीज होंगी जो किसी छोटे हिमालयी राज्य के लिए बनाई जानी चाहिए। लेकिन इस राज्य के बनने के बाद जिन लोगों ने इसको संभाला वो सभी वो लोग थे जो मैदान से कुछ सीख कर आए थे और वहीं का प्रशासन शासन चलाना जानते थे। उन्होंने उसी तरह से इस राज्य को आगे की तरफ बढ़ाया नहीं बल्कि धकेलने की कोशिश की, और उसमें ये लड़खड़ाकर गिरता रहा। जब हम उत्तराखंड में विकास की बात करते हैं तो ये विकास सिर्फ किसी और राज्य जैसा विकास नहीं हो सकता। ये विकास वो होगा जो सतत बना रहे, जो 10 या 15 साल का विकास ना हो, जो आगे आने वाले 1000 साल का विकास हो। इसलिए इस विकास की गति थोड़ी धीमी हो सकती है मैदानी राज्यों के मुकाबले, लेकिन इसकी गति धीमी होने के बावजूद इसकी गति एक कांस्टेंट बनी रहनी चाहिए। हुआ यह है कि इस राज्य को बनाने के बाद इसके नीति नियंताओं ने, शासकों, प्रशासकों ने इस राज्य को लेकर कभी कोई खास एक योजना नहीं बनाई जिससे कि इस राज्य को आगे बढ़ाया जा सके। यहाँ तक कि अपने पड़ोसी राज्य के अनुभवों से भी नहीं सीखा, हमने हिमाचल के अनुभवों से भी नहीं सीखा, और उसका नतीजा ये है कि आज भी उत्तराखंड को अगर हम देखें तो कर्ज में डूबा हुआ है। अगर पैसा ना मिले, ओवरड्राफ्ट ना मिले तो आपके तनख्वाहें देने का पैसा नहीं है। और ये सब तब है जब आपको कुदरत ने, प्रकृति ने कुछ भी कमी नहीं की है। आपके पास इस देश का सबसे बड़ा कुदरती संसाधन है जिसका बहुत अच्छा शानदार इस्तेमाल करते हुए आप आगे बढ़ सकते थे। हमने किया है कि उस नेचुरल रिसोर्स को कुछ हाथों में सौंप दिया है जिनका इस राज्य से कोई खास लेना देना नहीं है, जिनका इस राज्य के भावनाओं से, इस राज्य की को बनाने के उद्देश्यों से कोई लेना देना नहीं है। वो कुछ बड़े उद्योगपति हैं, कुछ बड़े ठेकेदार हैं, कुछ बड़े बिल्डर हैं जो इस राज्य में आते हैं और इस राज्य की नीतियों को तय करने में भूमिका निभाते हैं और अपने हिसाब से उन नीतियों को बनवाते हैं और कुदरती संसाधनों से फिर जो पैसा निकलता है उसे लेकर वो यहाँ से चले जाते हैं। यहाँ के लोगों को अभी भी कुछ नहीं मिलता। मैं बार बार कई जगह डॉक्टर एसपी सिंह की बात, जो हमारे गुरु भी हैं, मतलब कई बार मैं बोलता हूँ कि उनका ये कहना है कि मैं पहाड़ की प्रगति तब मानूंगा जब इस पहाड़ में महिलाओं को पेड़ पर चढ़ने की जरूरत नहीं रह जाएगी। और आज भी आप देखें कि हम अपने पहाड़ की महिलाओं को अब भी पेड़ पर चढ़ते हुए देखता है। इसलिए नहीं कि वो किसी शौक से चढ़ रही हैं, ये भी नहीं कि वो किसी एडवेंचरस गेम का पार्ट है, इसलिए कि वो उनके पेट को भरने की एक जरूरत बन जाती है। और जब हम अब भी उसी जगह पर हैं जहां आज से 20-21 साल पहले थे और महिलाओं को आज भी वही श्रम करना पड़ रहा है, अगर हम महिलाओं को एक इंडिकेटर मानते हैं इस राज्य में, मुझे लगता है कि महिलाओं को ही एक इंडिकेटर मानना चाहिए। अगर उनकी दशा सुधरती है तो इस राज्य की दशा हम माने की सुधरी हुई है, क्योंकि वही सबसे मार्जिनलाइज सोसाइटी रही राज्य बनने के बाद। जबकि राज्य की भूमिका, राज्य के आंदोलन को के नेतृत्व में, राज्य के आंदोलन में उनकी भूमिका सबसे अग्रणी रही। हम लोगों ने उस समय नारी शक्ति, मातृशक्ति जैसे तमाम बड़े बड़े जो नारे हैं वो लोगों को उछालते हुए देखा। उन तमाम नेताओं को ये नारे उछालते हुए देखा जिन्होंने राज्य बनने के बाद इस राज्य को संभाला, लेकिन उस नारी शक्ति को, उस मातृशक्ति को भूल गए। तो मैं ये मानता हूं कि हमको उसे एक इंडिकेटर मानना चाहिए। जिस तरह से हम कहीं ग्लेशियर्स के पीछे जाने का जो रफ्तार है उसको एक इंडिकेटर मानते हैं कि कैसे क्लाइमेट चेंज हो रहा है, या जिस तरह से हम ट्री लाइन को ऊपर बढ़ते हुए देखते हैं कि वो ट्री लाइन ऊपर और ऊपर जा रही है और ये भी क्लाइमेट चेंज का एक इंडिकेटर है। तो उसी तरह से मैं मानता हूं कि महिलाओं की जो भूमिका है और महिलाओं की जो स्थिति है उसको भी एक इंडिकेटर माना जाना चाहिए। और किसी भी राज्य में अगर महिलाएं बेहतर हुई, उनकी स्थिति बेहतर हुई, तो राज्य ज्यादा तेजी से आगे बढ़ेगा। उत्तराखंड के साथ भी ये बहुत ही साफ है, क्योंकि पहाड़ में, खासतौर पर दुर्गम पहाड़ों में ज्यादा संख्या महिलाओं की है जो वहां रुकी हुई है, क्योंकि पुरुष काम के सिलसिले में लगभग बाहर जा चुके हैं और इन्हीं महिलाओं ने उस पहाड़ को संभाला हुआ है। तो जब हम सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट की बात करते हैं तो हमने क्या किया है, मैं एक पहलू पकड़ रहा हूँ, बहुत सारे पहलुओं की तरफ ना जाऊं तो हमने अपने लोगों को उनके जंगलों से, उनकी जमीन से बेदखल कर दिया। जिन जंगलों से उनका सदियों पुराना नाता था, और मैं भी जब छोटा था और अपने गांव जाता था तो मैं देखता था कि गांव की महिलाओं का जंगल से जो रिश्ता था, या गांव के पुरुषों का भी जंगल से जो रिश्ता था, वो ज्यादा घनिष्ठ था, वो ज्यादा करीबी था आज। और वही वजह थी कि उस समय अगर जंगल में आग लगती थी, आज से 25-30 साल पहले, तो सारा गांव उस जंगल की आग को बुझाने आता था। आज जंगलों में आग लगती है लेकिन उस जंगल की आग को बुझाने कोई क्यों नहीं जाता? इसलिए नहीं जाता कि हमने जंगल से उसके साथ रहने वाले लोगों का, उन रहवासियों का संपर्क तोड़ दिया है। हमने जंगल को उनके साथ जो एक कड़ी जुड़ी हुई थी उस कड़ी को तोड़ दिया है। हमने दोनों के बीच जो संबंध है वो खत्म कर दिया है अपने ऐसे कानूनों से जो जमीनी स्तर पर खरे नहीं उतरते। जंगल में महिलाएं घुसेंगी, कभी भी जंगल काटने के लिए पहाड़ की महिलाएं जंगल के अंदर नहीं गई। वो अपने घरेलू जरूरतों के लिए जाती थी और उन्हीं जरूरतों की पूर्ति करते हुए अपना घर चलाती थी और उस जंगल को बचाती थी। उस दौरान अगर उस जंगल में कुछ गड़बड़ होती दिखती थी तो उसको वो लोग मिलकर हल करते थे। उस जंगल की अंदर की हरियाली की परवाह वो लोग करते थे। आज जंगल में हरियाली नहीं है। हम लोगों को मालूम है कि चीड़ किस बेतरतीब तरीके से ऊपर तक फैल गया, और ये चीड़ की गलती नहीं है, हमारी गलती है। जैसे कि सती जी ने भी बताया कि हम ही लोगों ने इस तरह का एक कानून बना दिया कि आप 1000 मीटर से ऊपर किसी भी पेड़ को नहीं काट सकते, तो उसका फायदा चीड़ को मिला। तो जो जंगल हमारे गांवों के लोगों की आजीविका का एक साधन था, एक छोटा एक हिस्सा था, उसको हमने उससे काट दिया। तो हम उस जंगल को आज उजड़ते देख रहे हैं और उसकी वजह से हमारे यहाँ का जो पर्यावरण है वो प्रभावित हो रहा है। हम लगातार देख रहे हैं कि किस तरह से ऊंचे पहाड़ों पर जो झरने पहले बहते थे और साफ पानी लेकर नीचे आते थे, अब वो अपने साथ मिट्टी, गाद, पत्थर, कंकड़ और चट्टाने लेकर आ रहे हैं, क्योंकि उनके आसपास का वेजिटेशन खत्म हो गया है। हमने पहले ऐसा नहीं है कि पहले लोग पशु नहीं चराते थे पहाड़ों में, पहले ज़्यादा पशुधन था गाँव में, अब तो गाँव उजड़े हुए हैं। लेकिन उसके बावजूद पहाड़ों से वेजिटेशन इतना गायब नहीं हुआ था। अब लोग गाय-भैंस नहीं पालते, नीचे से पॉलीथीन में दूध लोगों तक पहुँचता है, उसके बावजूद ये जो पूरा हमारा जो ग्रीन टोपोग्राफी जितनी भी है, वो धीरे-धीरे खत्म हो रही है। उसका सीधा-सीधा मतलब ये है कि हम लोगों ने अपने लोगों की जो पारंपरिक ज्ञान था जंगलों को लेकर, पहाड़ों को लेकर, उसको हम धीरे-धीरे हमने खत्म कर दिया। हमने अपनी नई जनरेशन का डिस्कनेक्ट कर दिया इन नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज के साथ। अगर मैं आज कहूँ कि मेरे ही बच्चे या हमारे जैसे तमाम लोगों के बच्चे, उनका जंगलों से कितना नाता है, तो मुझे लगता है कि कुछ लोग जो जो कोशिश करके अपने बच्चों को गाँव से या जंगल से जोड़ते हैं, उनके अलावा किसी और को देखेंगे तो उनके अंदर कोई भाव जंगल को लेकर नहीं होगा। उनके अंदर पहाड़ को लेकर एक ही भाव होता है कि वहाँ जाएँगे, रिज़ॉर्ट बनाएँगे, रहेंगे और फिर नीचे आ जाएँगे। कुछ दिन वहाँ घूमेंगे, पैसा खर्च करेंगे और नीचे आएँगे। लेकिन उसके साथ लंबे समय तक रहेंगे, ऐसा किसी के मन में नहीं होता। जंगल सिर्फ़ और सिर्फ़ एक रिज़ॉर्ट की तरह लोगों के दिमाग में आता है। और वहाँ घर बना करके जंगल के साथ अपने रिश्ते को बचाए रखते हुए रहना है, ये मुझे लगता है कि धीरे-धीरे अब हम सभी लोगों के दिलों से निकलता जा रहा है। तो हम जब उस परिवेश को बसाने की कोशिश ही नहीं करेंगे, उन गाँवों को दोबारा बसाने की कोशिश नहीं करेंगे, तो हमारे यहाँ जो जो हम बात करते हैं कि जंगल बचेंगे, वो होगा नहीं, और जंगल नहीं बचेंगे तो हमारा विकास भी नहीं होगा। इसका इसका एक दूसरा पहलू, जिस पहलू पर अभी डॉक्टर जुयाल भी आएँगे, सती जी भी आएँगे, कि हमने लगातार सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट की सोची, तो हमने हमने क्यों नहीं देखा कि दुनिया के तमाम दूसरे देश जो हिमालयी हैं, जो पर्वतीय हैं, या हमारे तमाम दूसरे राज्य जो पर्वतीय हैं, वो हमसे कहीं ज़्यादा बेहतर तरीके से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और अपने पर्यावरण और अपने जंगलों को बचाते हुए आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। लेकिन एक और पहलू जो उसमें आता है, वो ये कि जब हम पहाड़ की बात करते हैं, तो हम ऐसी योजनाओं की बात करते हैं जिनका सीधे-सीधे पहाड़ में जो विकास है उससे गहरा नाता नहीं है। अगर हम सड़कें बनाने पर ही आते हैं, तो जैसे सुरेखा डंगवाल मैम ने बताया कि प्रोफेसर एसपी सिंह ने कहा कि हमको रफ्तार थोड़ी मांगी थी हम लोगों ने। हम लोगों ने एक सुरक्षित यात्रा मांगी थी। हम लोगों ने ये नहीं कहा कि बहुत जल्दी हमारे को आप ऋषिकेश से श्रीनगर या ऋषिकेश से बद्रीनाथ पहुंचा दीजिए। वो समय थोड़ा कम हो, लेकिन वो यात्रा ज़्यादा सुरक्षित हो। हम लोगों ने सिर्फ ये देखा कि मैदानों की तरह कैसे हम तेज रफ्तार में किसी जगह पहुंच जाएं, ये नहीं देखा कि हमारी यात्रा कितनी सुरक्षित हो। और यात्रा को हमने सरल बनाने की कोशिश में, यानी सरल का मतलब होता है रफ्तार बनाने की कोशिश में, उसको चौड़ा तो किया, लेकिन जिस जमीन पर वो चौड़ी हुई है उसकी उसकी उसका स्थायित्व कितना है, उसकी स्टेबिलिटी कितनी है, इस पर हमने कोई ध्यान नहीं दिया। और उसका नतीजा है कि हम पूरे बरसात में लगातार पहाड़ को यहाँ वहाँ से दरकते हुए देख रहे हैं। वही चीज़ हमने यहाँ जो तमाम परियोजनाएं हैं, यहाँ जो बड़े-बड़े निर्माण हैं, उसको देखते हुए किया कि हम अब भी, मैं फिर एक बार यहाँ भी बोल रहा हूँ कि हम लोग बड़ी परियोजनाओं की बात करते हैं, हम टिहरी डैम की बात करते हैं, जिसको हम एक बड़ा मानक मानते हैं पहाड़ में विकास का। हमने उसको बनाया किस लिए था और हमने हासिल क्या किया? हमने टिहरी को, जब वो टिहरी डैम बन रहा था और उस समय हम पढ़ते थे, तो ये था कि 2400 मेगावाट का डैम होगा, 2000 मेगावाट टिहरी और 400 मेगावाट कोटेश्वर। और बड़ी लंबी लड़ाई चली कि ये डैम यहाँ ना बनाया जाए, इसने एक पुराने शहर को डुबा दिया है और इस शहर के बनने का जो पर्यावरणीय असर है, वो बहुत ज़्यादा पड़ेगा। लेकिन उसके बावजूद सरकार ने रोड रोलर की तरह उन तमाम विरोधों को या उन आलोचनाओं को कुचल दिया और एक डैम बनाकर वहाँ खड़ा कर दिया। बात ये है कि उस डैम से हमको मिल क्या रहा है? जो हमसे वादा किया गया था कि इस ज़मीन को दबाने के बाद हम इतनी ऊर्जा देंगे, क्या वो मिल रहा है? मैं टीएचडीसी के ही आंकड़े जब देखता हूँ या पिछले कुछ महीने से लगातार उनको वॉच कर रहा हूँ, 430 मेगावाट एवरेज बिजली टिहरी डैम में बनती है, जिसको हमने 2000 मेगावाट के लिए तैयार किया था। 2000 मेगावाट के लिए हमने इतनी ज़मीन डुबाई, 2000 मेगावाट के लिए हमने इतना पानी रोका, हमने अपना मतलब ये समझ लीजिए कि जो ज़मीन के साथ-साथ एक पूरा इकोलॉजी बर्बाद कर दी, जो नदी अपने साथ इतने 100-150 किलोमीटर तक बनाती है। हमने हासिल सिर्फ 400 मेगावाट किया। 400 मेगावाट आज के ज़माने में कोई बहुत बड़ी बिजली नहीं मानी जाती। कई जगहों पर सोलर पावर प्लांट लगा के 400 मेगावाट अब बनने लगे हैं। अगर विंड मिल की बात करें तो 400 मेगावाट बन जाती है अगर आप बेहतर तरीके से एक विंड मिल लगा। तो हमने टिहरी डैम बनाया सिर्फ 430 मेगावाट के लिए। मैं तब कह रहा हूँ जबकि 20% टाइम ये माना जाता है कि उसको प्लांट को बंद रखा जाता है उसके रखरखाव के लिए। अगर आप उसको 80 को 100% कर देंगे समय को, तो ये 430 मेगावाट से भी नीचे एवरेज आ जाएगा। यानी अगर 80% दिन डैम चलता है तो 430 मेगावाट एवरेज बिजली बनती है। जो 20% अगर हम 100 दिन बोले या 100% बोले तो 430 से नीचे आ जाएगा, 400 मेगावाट से नीचे आ जाएगा। उसके बावजूद आप पंचेश्वर डैम बनाने की बात करते हैं, उसके बावजूद आप इधर जौनसार के इलाके को, यमुना घाटी को डैम से रोकने की कोशिश करते हैं। तो ये बताता है कि आप, और उसके बावजूद आप हिमालय पे तमाम परियोजनाओं को इजाजत देने की बात करते हैं कि इन सबको, ये सरकार ने भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट में एक अपनी रिपोर्ट दाखिल की कि जितनी भी परियोजनाएं जिन पर रोक लगी हुई थी केदारनाथ त्रासदी के बाद, उन सबको इजाजत दे देनी चाहिए। ये बताता है कि हमारे नीति नियंताओं की आंखें कितनी बंद हैं। और उसमें एक बड़ी भूमिका यह है कि दिल्ली को कभी आपका दर्द नहीं दिखेगा अगर आपको देहरादून में बैठकर या पहाड़ में बैठकर अपना दर्द नहीं दिखता। आप बेईमान हैं, आप अपनी बातों को मजबूती से नहीं रख सकते, इसलिए आपकी चिंता कोई दिल्ली में बैठकर नहीं करता। आप खुद जानते हैं कि ये गलत है, उसके बावजूद दिल्ली के एक बड़े अफसर, दिल्ली के बड़े अफसरों, बड़े नेताओं की बातों पर मुहर लगा देते हैं। जब तक हम अपने राज्य की जरूरतों को लेकर संवेदनशील नहीं होंगे और उन्हें मजबूती से रखने की कोशिश नहीं करेंगे या मजबूती से नहीं रखेंगे, तब तक हमारी आवाज कोई नहीं सुनेगा। हम एक देश के अंदर एक उपनिवेश बनकर रह जाएंगे, और ऐसा हिमालयी और भी राज्यों के साथ होगा, और कुछ और मैदानी छोटे राज्यों के साथ भी इस तरह का हो रहा है, चाहे वो झारखंड हो या छत्तीसगढ़ हो। सबकी निगाह उनके कुदरती संसाधनों पर है, उसके मानव संसाधन पर नहीं है कि कैसे वो इसके साथ लगातार और लंबा जिए। तो मुझे लगता है कि अगर हमने अपनी ज़रूरतों को लेकर के संवेदनशीलता नहीं दिखाई, हमने ये नहीं बताया कि जिन चीज़ों को लेकर आप इतनी बड़ी-बड़ी योजनाएँ बना रहे हैं, वो दरअसल कितनी ज़्यादा सुकुमार हैं, उनके साथ इस तरह से अगर आप छेड़छाड़ करेंगे तो किस तरह से भरभरा कर गिरेंगी। ये पूरी जो तस्वीर, उत्तराखंड की खूबसूरत तस्वीर है, कैसे बर्बाद होगी, तब तक हम कुछ कर नहीं पाएँगे। और ये हमारे राजनेताओं, हमारा दुर्भाग्य है कि हमें इस तरह के राजनेता मिले हैं कि एक भी राजनेता ने अभी तक ये दम नहीं दिखाया कि वो ये कह सके कि इस राज्य के लिए टेलर मेड योजनाएं बनाई जाएं, जो कस्टमाइज्ड योजनाएं हैं इसके लिए वो बनाई जाएं ताकि राज्य आगे बढ़े। एक भी राजनेता ने इतनी समझ नहीं दिखाई कि वो हिमाचल से एक उदाहरण उठा करके इस राज्य में बागवानी को बढ़ावा दे। बड़ी खेती इस राज्य में नहीं हो सकती, लेकिन आप इस राज्य के लोगों को कुछ देना चाहते हैं तो जंगल से उनका जो थोड़ा बहुत नाता है या रहा है उसको बचाएं, ताकि जंगल को वो बचाने में आगे बढ़े। और जो बागवानी जैसे कुछ इस तरह की चीजें हैं जो पर्वतीय ढलानों पर हो सकती हैं, सीढ़ीदार खेतों पर हो सकती हैं, कम जगहों पर ज्यादा आमदनी दे सकती हैं, उन चीजों को आगे बढ़ाएं। यहाँ बड़ी इंडस्ट्री नहीं बन सकती। हमने बड़ी इंडस्ट्री बनाने के चक्कर में हरिद्वार और ऊधम सिंह नगर और रुद्रपुर का एक बड़ा मैदानी इलाका पहले ही बर्बाद कर दिया है। हम पहाड़ को अगर अलग बना सकते हैं तो हम शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में उसको एक बड़ी भूमिका वो निभा सकता है। हम आईटी के क्षेत्र में उसको एक बड़ी भूमिका निभा सकते हैं। इन सब चीज़ों से पर्यावरण पर बहुत ज़्यादा असर नहीं पड़ेगा। लेकिन अगर हम सिर्फ खनन, अगर हम सिर्फ हाइड्रो पावर और हम सिर्फ सड़कों के लिहाज से उत्तराखंड को देखते हैं, मतलब हमारी नज़र इतनी मोटी होती है कि हम उत्तराखंड को सिर्फ इन मोटी परियोजनाओं या फिर पहाड़ी ढलानों पर शहर बना देने की नज़र से देखते हैं कि इन पहाड़ी ढलानों पर एक के बाद एक कस्बे बना दिए जाएं, तो मेरे ख्याल से बहुत लंबा चलेगा नहीं। पहाड़ में हम पानी कहाँ से लाएंगे, ये एक बहुत बड़ी चिंता हम लोगों के सामने है। लेकिन हम ये देखते नहीं है, बिल्डर ज़मीन बेच देते हैं पहाड़ के खेत लेकर के गाँव के लोगों से, और उसको बड़ी बड़ी योजनाएं बनाकर उस पर बेचते हैं। तो मेरे ख्याल से इस सब पर जब तक रोक नहीं लगेगी और जब तक आप हमारे एक राज्य के हिसाब से कस्टमाइज्ड योजनाएं नहीं बनाएंगे, जब तक हम दिल्ली और देहरादून के भ्रष्ट अफसरों और नेताओं के सामने एज एकेडमिशियन जोर से अपनी बात को रखना नहीं सीखेंगे या नहीं बोलेंगे, तब तक हमारे इस राज्य का कुछ नहीं हो सकता। और मुझे लगता है कि जैसे मैडम ने कहा कि किसी भी बड़ी त्रासदी हो या कोई भी बड़ी योजना हो, जब वो किसी ब्यूरोक्रेट की टेबल पर पहुंचती है या फिर उसके बाद किसी मंत्री की टेबल पर पहुंचती है तो उसकी शुरुआत, उस फाइल की शुरुआत किसी एकेडमी से होनी चाहिए, किसी ऐसे संस्थान से होनी चाहिए जहां उस पर रिसर्च होती है। हम संस्थानों के पास अब अंत में जाते हैं जब एक आपदा होती है और तब हम उस संस्थान से पूछते हैं कि आपदा से कैसे बचे। हम IIT रुड़की के पास तब जाते हैं जब एक बड़ी आपदा हो जाती है। IIT रुड़की से फाइल शुरू नहीं होती है, IIT रुड़की के पास जाकर फाइल खत्म होती है कि अब यहाँ पर ऋषि गंगा त्रासदी हो गई, अब हम क्या करें और कैसे हम अपनी जो ये पूरी दुर्घटना है इससे हम कैसे अब अपना डैमेज कंट्रोल करें और कम से कम इस नुकसान को कम कर लें। अगर हमने यही चीज शुरुआत में किसी अच्छे बड़े संस्थान से, जहां उस पर उस योजना पर बात होती हो, अब मैं बात अगर दून यूनिवर्सिटी कर लें, अगर हम पलायन पर बात करते हैं तो डॉक्टर मंगाई ने खूब काम किया पलायन पर। अगर आप जैसे एकेडमिशियंस को जिन्होंने माइग्रेशन पे काम किया है, इकोनॉमी पर काम किया है, एक फाइल शुरू हो और वो अंत में नेता के पास जाए, उसमें छेड़छाड़ ना हो और तब वो योजना कार्यान्वित हो, तो मेरे को लगता है ज्यादा फायदा होगा। अगर उस फाइल को एक सेक्शन ऑफिसर तैयार करता है, फिर उसके ऊपर एक डिप्टी सेक्रेटरी तैयार करता है, फिर एक सेक्रेटरी उसको देखता है, वो तमाम लोग देखते हैं जिनका पहाड़ से या एकेडमिक्स से कोई बहुत बड़ा नाता नहीं है, जो सिर्फ और सिर्फ अपने अफसरी के अनुभवों के आधार पर एक योजना बना देते हैं, तो वो फिर योजना फेल होगी। हमने देखा कि माइग्रेशन से को के मुद्दे पर जो पलायन आयोग बना था उसने कितना बड़ा काम अभी तक किया। मेरे को अभी तक एक काम उस आयोग का कहीं नहीं दिखा जो लगे कि हाँ उसने कोई ऐसी रिकमेंडेशन दी जिसको जमीन पर उतार कर 1 साल में कुछ बदलाव होने लगा, लोग अपने गांव की ओर जाने लगे। तो जब तक हमारी एकेडमीज की भूमिका को नहीं माना जाएगा, फाइल एकेडमी के पास अंत में ना पहुंचे, शुरुआत में पहुंचे और उसके बाद वो चीज आगे बढ़े, तो मेरे ख्याल से तब चीजें वो होंगी। तो हमारे पास उत्तराखंड में एकेडमीज की कोई कमी नहीं। आप पर्यावरण से के लिहाज से देख लें, आप विकास के लिहाज से देख लें, देश में अगर सबसे ज्यादा घनत्व है, डेंसिटी है एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस की, तो मेरे ख्याल से उत्तराखंड में ही है और उसमें भी देहरादून में है या कुमाऊं में, नैनीताल में है, अल्मोड़ा में है। इतने बड़े बड़े संस्थानों के होते हुए भी हम लोग हर बार जब भी कोई आयोजन करते हैं, और ये दुर्भाग्य है कि हर बार हमारा आयोजन जब होता है और उसके जो टॉपिक होते हैं वही इन्वायरमेंटल डिग्रेडेशन, सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट कैसे हो, इन पर होते हैं। इस पर नहीं होते कि हमने जो अचीव किया है उसको हम आगे कैसे बढ़ाएं, क्योंकि अचीव करने को दरअसल हमारे पास कुछ ऐसा था ही नहीं बताने को जो हमने अपने पास वो किया। तो मैं इन्हीं बातों के साथ अपनी बात खत्म करना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि बहुत सारे दूसरे जो इश्यूज हैं जिनको मैं नहीं चाहता डॉक्टर नवीन जुयाल उसको टच करे, क्योंकि वो जो बोलेंगे वो जमीन से निकली आवाज होगी और मैं जो बोलूंगा वो उनकी सुनी हुई आवाज होगी, तो उसको मैं बिल्कुल दोहराऊंगा नहीं। डॉक्टर नवीन जुयाल जैसी बातों, जैसे वैज्ञानिकों की बातों को, या डॉक्टर SP सिंह हैं, इस तरह के जमीन पर काम करने वाले लोगों को जिनके जिनके जिनकी निगाह हर वक्त जमीन पर रहती है, जमीन के अंदर होने वाली हलचलों पर रहती है, पेड़ों की सरसराहट पर रहती है, उनकी बातों को जब तक हम नहीं मानेंगे तब तक कोई सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट नहीं होगा। और मेरा एकमात्र मानना यह है, आखिर में मैं बहुत ब्लंटली कहता हूं, एज ए सोसाइटी वी ऑल आर करप्ट। हम सब बेईमान हैं। हम लोग एक समाज के तौर पर कभी भी ईमानदारी से अपनी बातों को नहीं रख पाते, समझते हैं, उसके बावजूद हम जब बोलते हैं तो हम ये लिहाज कर जाते हैं कि कोई उम्र में बड़ा है या कोई पद में बड़ा है, कोई हमारा कद छांट सकता है। जब तक हम इस बात को से डरे बगैर अपनी बात नहीं कहेंगे तब तक हम सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट नहीं कर पाएंगे। और ऐसे एकेडमीज जो हैं जब बेधड़क अपनी बातें रखेंगी, ब्लंटली अपनी बात रखेंगे, अमेरिका और तमाम दूसरे देशों के प्रोफेसर और मीडिया भी, मैं तो मीडिया की बात भी करता हूँ, एज अ मीडिया हम भयानक करप्ट हैं। हम नेताओं की बात करते हैं, नेता जो सुनना चाहते हैं वो बोलते हैं, अफसर जो सुनना चाहते हैं वो बोलते हैं, अफसरों की का पात्र, प्रिय पात्र होने के लिए बहुत सारे पत्रकार जो है वो अपनी अपनी जो कलम की आज़ादी है वो बेच रहे हैं। तो मैं मानता हूँ जब तक हम इस सब को की परवाह करनी नहीं छोड़ेंगे और बेधड़क अपनी जमीन से अर्जित किए हुए ज्ञान को बताना नहीं छोड़ेंगे, तब तक हम सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट नहीं करेंगे। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Shri Bahuguna sir, for showing us the real picture of the hills and the mountains. Our next speaker is Dr. Naveen Joyal. Dr. Joyal is a retired scientist from Physical Research Laboratory, Ahmedabad. He has made significant contributions towards quantitative reconstruction of late Quaternary climate from desert margins of Gujarat and the Himalaya. He has innovatively used optical and radiocarbon dating techniques to construct spatial and temporal changes in late Quaternary monsoon variability. Dr. Joyal's work provides the first records of northward shrinkage of the Thar Desert. A very warm welcome to you, sir. May I now invite you to share your views?
Thank you very much. I'm really indeed, it's an honor for me to really speak in front of the learned panelists sitting over here. But before I speak, I must sincerely thank the Honorable Vice Chancellor and Professor S.P. Singh Sahab. It's always pleasure to talk in front of them, but at the same time, I feel really scared when the people like Professor S.P. Singh is sitting in the audience. Okay, but anyway, I have to gather the courage and speak it out, what I want to speak. I will be making a small presentation in the sense because I feel very uncomfortable speaking extempore. Sushil Bhognaji speaks so well. I feel scared. So I'll just share my screen and I'll start with that. So this is my, share it. I'll just put it down there. Okay, so it is visible now? Can you, hello? Hello?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay, fine, thank you. Okay, before I'll take a few minutes because see, this is a very sensitive topic and it's a topic very close to my heart. Not that I know everything about what is happening in the Himalaya, but over the last 30 years or so, having seen this mountain changing its color, its texture, its mood, really makes me very, very sad. So the topic which I selected for the presentation is the priority that is societal need versus ecological vulnerability. So हमको समाज की जरूरतें भी हैं, हमारे समाज में पहाड़ के समाज की जरूरतें भी हैं, लेकिन उस समाज की जरूरतों को पूरा करने के लिए क्या हम कहीं इकोलॉजिकल वर्नेबिलिटीज पहाड़ की कॉम्प्रोमाइज तो नहीं कर रहे हैं? बिफोर आई स्टार्ट, सुशील ने एक बड़ी अच्छी बात बोली कि प्लानिंग कौन कर रहा है. जब हम हिमालय की बात करते हैं तो मेरे पास एक बड़ा दुखद उदाहरण है एक आध कमेटी में रहने के कारण कि हमको ओवर पावर कर दिया जाता है ब्यूरोक्रेट्स के द्वारा. मैं कहने में कोई मुझे हिचकिचाहट नहीं है कि जब रोड की कमेटी में मैं काम कर रहा था तो हमारे पास में हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट के डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट मेंबर्स थे. और वो क्यों किया गया डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट को मेंबर बनाया? इसलिए गया था कि उनको वोटिंग करवानी होती है. विज्ञान में वोटिंग कभी नहीं सुना था मैंने, और उसमें हमको लड़ना पड़ता था कहने के लिए. और किनके सामने वोटिंग हो रही है उसमें एक आजकल तो कमिश्नर है साहब बड़े जिले के, उनका नाम नहीं लूंगा मैं, अच्छा नहीं लगता. वो सुझाव दे रहे थे कि क्यों नहीं 4 धाम परियोजना के तहत जब रोड बन जाएंगी और रोडें 12 महीने चलेंगी, उस दरमियान जो होगा लोग बद्रीनाथ भी जाएंगे विंटर्स में. और जब रोड बन जाएगी तो जो माणा गांव के लोग क्यों नहीं चाहेंगे कि वो लोग विंटर्स में वहां रहें, वो नीचे माइग्रेट करें. सवाल ये खड़ा होता है उनकी विद्वता पे मुझे जो प्रश्नवाचक चिन्ह खड़ा इसलिए करता हूं मैं कि भाई जब ये सिस्टम डेवलप हुआ था माइग्रेशन का कि हायर एल्टीट्यूड से लोअर एल्टीट्यूड के लिए, वो कुछ इकोलॉजिकल वर्नेबिलिटी को ध्यान में रख के किया गया था कि जब विंटर्स होता है तो वहां के एक दूसरा इकोलॉजी सिस्टम प्रिवेल करता है जहां जानवर होते हैं, कुछ ऐसी हर्ब्स होते हैं, उनका अपना एक साम्राज्य होता है, उनको हम न छेड़ें. जब स्नो मेल्ट करती है हम फिर माइग्रेट करते हैं. वही हमारे मंदिरों की कथाएं रही हैं. पर जब इस ढंग के लोगों को आप प्लेस करते हैं इस ढंग की कमिटीज में तो हमको वास्तव में बड़ी जद्दोजहद करनी पड़ती है. नाउ टू विदाउट लूजिंग माय टाइम आई जस्ट वांटेड टू गो थ्रू माय स्लाइड्स. सो ये एक सिंपल सी बात मैं कहना चाहता हूं जो व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट द हिमालय, सो दिस इज व्हाट वी सी दैट इट्स एक ट्रांसेक्ट अगर हिमालय का लेते हैं तो इसमें जो ग्रे जो बार देख रहे हैं आप, वो ग्रे बार आपका टोपोग्राफी है. नीचे लोअर एलिवेशन है या हायर एलिवेशन है, और बीच में जो लाइन आपको दिख रही है उसका मीन एलिवेशन है. उसके ऊपर मैंने सुपरइम्पोज किया रेनफॉल को. इसलिए मैंने रेनफॉल को सुपरइम्पोज किया कि रेनफॉल जो होता है वो माउंटेन की टोपोग्राफी से डिक्टेट होता है. और उसको अगर हम देखें कि वो कैसे इकोसिस्टम को जनरेट करता है तो वो ये सवाल है कि आप शिवालिक्स में इस ढंग के जंगल देखते हैं, आप हायर हिमालय में आते हैं तो इस ढंग के जंगल दिखते हैं, और उसके बाद आपके पास में इलाका ग्लेशियल पैराग्लेशियल का इलाका आ जाता है। तो ये इकोसिस्टम इवॉल्व हुआ, और मैं ज्यादा डिटेल में नहीं जाऊंगा। जब आदमी यहाँ पे आया होगा उसने इस सिस्टम को ऑनर किया, रिस्पेक्ट किया, और इस सिस्टम में रहने के लिए उसने एक तरीका खोजा। एग्जाम्पल देता हूँ आपको, ये द्रोणागिरी गांव, सती जी का बहुत ही चहता गांव है। यहाँ पे 4 साल तक सती जी लगातार हमको लेके जाते रहे हैं। ये द्रोणागिरी गांव 3600 मीटर की ऊंचाई पर बसा हुआ गांव है। इस गांव में मकानों को देखिए और उन बोल्डर्स को देखिए। ये जो मोरेन, ये जो आपको डिपॉजिट दिख रहा है, ये ग्लेशियर से लाया गया मोरेन डिपॉजिट है, इसको हिमोड बोलते हैं हम लोग। So this deposit is dated to 12,000 years or so by us. We published it also in 2014, this particular work. But look at the houses. They are so balanced with the boulder. They did not go there with the bulldozer to level it off and put their houses. No, they learned to live with the system. That's why they were sustaining for such a long time. Second slide, if you see these 2 slides. एक तो रैथल गांव की स्लाइड है और एक यमुना घाटी के गांव का नाम मैं भूल गया, सुशील भाई मेरे साथ थे इस गांव में। ये 2 गांवों को देखा गया, खास करके रैथल गांव बड़ा चर्चित हुआ था 1991 के सरनौल गांव, सॉरी सरनौल, रैथल गांव है। ये गांव बड़ा चर्चित हुआ था। क्यों चर्चित हुआ था साहब? इस गांव को कोई नुकसान ही नहीं हुआ 1991 में, ये रैथल गांव को। और हर आर्किटेक्ट वहां गया, बड़ी बड़ी किताबें लिखी, डिजाइन में बातें हुई। तो कहने का तात्पर्य यह है कि जब लोगों ने इस मकान को बनाया होगा तो उनके अंदर एक समझदारी थी कि हमको वी हैव टू लिव विद द अर्थक्वेक, सो वी कैन नॉट कंकर द अर्थक्वेक। और एक बात बड़ी समझने वाली आम बात है, हर आदमी जानता है कि अर्थक्वेक नेवर किल्स, इट्स द बिल्डिंग व्हिच किल्स यू, सिंपल एज दैट। तो हमने अपनी बिल्डिंग को ऐसा बनाने की कोशिश की। उस टाइम में रिसोर्सेज भी थे ठीक ठाक हमारे पास, जंगल में हमारा आधिपत्य था, अधिकार था, हमको लकड़ियां मिल जाती थी, हमने मकान बना दिया था। तो लोगों ने कहा 1000 साल पुराना गांव है। इस गांव की मैंने फाउंडेशन की लकड़ी को जब मैंने लेके इसको डेट किया, इसकी एज आती है 420 साल +- 10 ईयर का, उसमें एरर था। यानी कि एटलीस्ट अगर मैं कहूँ ये जो देवदार की लकड़ी का जो मकान बना हुआ है, और बुजुर्गों ने मुझे बताया कि लकड़ी की अपनी एक उम्र होती है, खास करके देवदार को लिए कहते हैं कि 100 साल खड़ा और 100 साल पड़ा, वो बड़ा अच्छा सीजन हो जाता है। तो अगर मैं उसको भी माइनस कर लेता हूँ 200 साल का तो मकान रहा ही होगा, और 200 साल के भूकंप को इसने झेला है। सो दिस वाज द काइंड ऑफ नॉलेज व्हिच वी हैड डेवलप्ड थ्रू द ट्रायल एंड एरर मेथड इन दिस पर्टिकुलर फ्रेजाइल इकोसिस्टम ऑफ हिमालय। नाउ हम क्या कर रहे हैं, ये देखिए श्रीनगर है जहां बुद्धिजीवी रहते हैं, हमारे सारे वैज्ञानिक रहते हैं श्रीनगर में। और इस जस्ट ये चौरास के जाने के ब्रिज के सामने का हिसाब है। एक नाला है, उस नाले में एक स्कूल बनाया जाता है, उसके बगल में स्कूल अब बड़ा हो गया, अब तो स्कूल बहुत ही बड़ा हो गया। कल डिजास्टर होगा, ये स्कूल तबाह हो जाएगा, जैसे सुशील भाई ने कहा। अब हमसे पूछा जाएगा भैया क्यों बनाया गया, किसने बनाया गया? ये इस उत्तराखंड स्टेट के अंदर में डिजास्टर मिटिगेशन इंस्टीट्यूट भी है भाई, उनकी क्या जिम्मेदारी बनती है, इसको परमिशन मिलता कैसे है? एनीवे, ये दुर्भाग्य हमारे पता, हम इसको कहते हैं ना फिलोसॉफिकल बायस, चलता है, चलता रहेगा, कुछ नहीं फर्क पड़ता हमको ना। इसी की कड़ी में आपको दिखाता हूँ। ये 2013 की तस्वीर है, जून के मेले में त्रासदी हुई थी। मैं एक 15 दिन के बाद इस इलाके में गया था। ये हमारी मंदाकिनी वाली रोड है। हमने उस वक्त काफी आर्गुमेंट किया, हमने कहा भैया इस रोड को आपने ऐसे मलबे में बनाया, क्योंकि सुशील भाई ने इसका जिक्र किया, जो मलबा अपने आप में तो इरोजन के द्वारा, नदी के द्वारा कटता है। इस रोड की हालत ऐसी है। हमने सोचा 4 धाम की जो परियोजना आ रही है, तो इस ढंग के अलाइनमेंट को छोड़ करके एक अच्छा अलाइनमेंट आपको देंगे, पर कुछ नहीं किया गया साहब, इसी को चौड़ा कर दिया गया है। ये रोड फिर से बनाई जा रही है। दूसरा देता हूँ 2013 का जून की त्रासदी का उदाहरण देता हूँ। ये आपका ईस्टर्न धौली गंगा का एक वो है, क्या बोलते हैं, बैराज था। एक झटके में, एक दिन के अंदर में इतना वॉल्यूम आपका मलबा का आता है, और इस पर्टिकुलर हाइड्रो पावर प्रोजेक्ट को पूरा खत्म करके रख देता है। मंदाकिनी की बात करें तो सीतापुर की कहानी दिखती है कि 5 बैंड आपके पास में थे। 5 बैंड जो है वो बैंड आप जब देखते हैं कि वो बैंड आपके पास बच जाते हैं सिर्फ 3 बैंड। और कितना वॉल्यूम साहब यहाँ पे आया था, 0.35 मिलियन क्यूबिक मीटर मलबा एक दिन के झटके में यहाँ पे आके जमा हो गया। उसके बाद हम आते हैं, आगे बढ़ते हैं थोड़ा, 2013 की त्रासदी को और देखें तो ये हमारे पास में खीरो गंगा है, खूबसूरत घाटी। 2013 की त्रासदी से पहले और 2013 की त्रासदी के बाद ये हमारी बद्रीनाथ के रोड की हालत है। इसके नीचे एक हाइड्रो पावर प्रोजेक्ट है जो 400 मेगावाट बिजली जनरेट करता था। अब भगवान ही मार गया कितना जनरेट कर रहा है, क्योंकि आने वाले लगभग हमारा जो एस्टिमेट अब है, जो हमने यहाँ पे अध्ययन किया है, लगभग 1000 साल मिनिमम मान लीजिए, तब तक ये मलबा यहाँ से इवैक्यूएट नहीं होगा। और जब तक ये मलबा इवैक्यूएट नहीं होता वो प्रोजेक्ट नहीं चलेगा। बात आती है 2013 की त्रासदी की बात करें तो ये बिरई गंगा का इलाका है। ये 1894 के बाद ये लोग यहाँ आके बसे थे। आज इनकी दशा ये देख लीजिए कि गांव यहाँ पे छोटा सा पड़ा हुआ है और चारों तरफ से ये कट रहा है। अगेन हम कहेंगे भैया कि ये तो हमारा हिमालय तो अपने आप में डायनेमिक सिस्टम है, ऐसा होता रहता है, तो साहब ये अभी क्यों हो रहा है, पहले क्यों नहीं हुआ था? और गांव वाले इतने बेवकूफ नहीं थे कि वो इस जगह को सिलेक्ट करते अपने अपने को बसने के लिए, जब 1894 की बाढ़ का मलबा यहाँ पे जमा होता है, ऐसा नहीं है। नाउ आता है आपका सवाल खड़ा होता है धौली गंगा का, जो ऋषि गंगा की हम बात करें, हम इस बात को बार बार कह रहे हैं कि हमारी रोड्स जो हैं वो डिजास्टर रेजिलियंट होनी चाहिए, वही हमारी लड़ाई थी, उनको आप प्रॉपर्ली प्लान कीजिए। उसमें दो बातें हमने कही थी कि नदी को हमारे पास एटलीस्ट पिछले 50 से 100 साल का आंकड़ा होना चाहिए फ्लड का। 100 साल का तो मिलता नहीं है, लेकिन एटलीस्ट 50 साल का आंकड़ा तो होता है हमारे पास फ्लड का, कि कितना फ्लड का एलिवेशन रहा होगा, कहाँ तक फ्लड की मार्ग क्षमता रही होगी, उससे आप ऊपर जाइए। और दूसरी बात हमने ये भी कही थी कि जो ब्रिज का जो वर्टिकल हाइट होती है, उसकी हाइट को आप ध्यान में रखिए। इस बात को जरूर ध्यान में रखिएगा कि ये नदियां सिर्फ पानी नहीं लाती हैं, ये बहुत बड़े बड़े पत्थर भी लाती हैं। नतीजा हमारे सामने है। ये नतीजा सिर्फ 2013 का भी नहीं है, ये नतीजा हमने 1970 की बाढ़ में भी देखा, जब पूरी की पूरी त्रासदी हुई थी यहाँ पे। और आज ये रेणी गांव जो है ये विस्थापन के कागार पे खड़ा हो रखा है, ये अपनी लड़ाई अपने अस्तित्व के लिए लड़ रहे हैं। किसके लिए साहब? ये सिंपल सी बात है, यहाँ पे दो ही घटनाएं घटित हुई। अगर यहाँ पे एक बैराज था, जो बैराज यहाँ बना था इसका अपस्ट्रीम में, वो बैराज अगर नहीं होता, ना ये ब्रिज टूटता, ना ये गांव इस कंडीशन में आता। तो कहने का तात्पर्य हमारा ये है, जब हम विकास की बात करते हैं और यहाँ के रिसोर्सेज के एक्सप्लॉयटेशन की बात करते हैं, तो हमको एक चीज अपने दिमाग में रखनी चाहिए कि हिमालयन रिवर्स आर नॉट ओनली कैरिंग वाटर, ये जयंत बंदोपाध्याय साहब ने कहा था बहुत पहले, दे ऑल्सो कैरी, they carry of course energy also, but they carry enormous quantity of sediments. So if you are not taking sediment into consideration, these are the things which are going to happen, and this is happening. People know about it, people just know about it. जब से ये प्राइवेटाइजेशन हुआ है हाइड्रो पावर के लिए, कोई जूता बनाने वाला हाइड्रो पावर का ठेका लेता है, कोई पान पराग का मसाला बनाने वाला हाइड्रो पावर का ठेका ले रहा है पहाड़ में, 30 साल का लीज बनती है, पहाड़ भाड़ में जाए, उसको क्या लेना देना, प्रॉफिट मिलता है वो चला जाता है, झेलने वाले हम बैठते हैं। और सबसे बड़ा दुर्भाग्य तो ये था कि इस त्रासदी के बाद यहाँ के एक मिनिस्टर साहब जाते हैं, वो कहते हैं हम बहुत जल्दी इसको खोल लेंगे, और अब हम लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं इस बात को लेकर के कि भैया ये 7 नए प्रोजेक्ट फिर से ओपन करने की बात कर रहे हैं। तो ये हमारी बेईमानी है, जो सुधीर भाई ने कहा, हम बेईमान है अंदर से, और हम जानते हैं कि छोटे से गेन के लिए हम बड़े कॉज को सेक्रीफाइस कर देते हैं। ना उसके बाद अगर हम आगे बढ़ते हैं, अब देखिए ये कंडीशन हो रखी है कि 2013 अप्रैल 7 2021 की त्रासदी के बाद भी ये है कंसंट्रेशन ऑफ द हाइड्रो पावर प्रोजेक्ट अबव जोशीमठ। आप देख सकते हैं इस सर्कल के अंदर में इतने हाइड्रो पावर प्रोजेक्ट बनाने की यहाँ पे कुछ बने हैं, कुछ बनाने की योजना बनी हुई है, उसको नकार नहीं रहे हैं। किसके लिए? अब बात आती है कि क्या यहाँ पे जिस तरह की घटना होती है हार हिमालय में, जिसको लोग ग्लॉफ भी बोल देते हैं कभी कभी, सती भाई ने कहा कि वो उस ढंग से ग्लॉफ नहीं था, मैं भी उनके बात से सहमत हूँ, लेकिन क्या आज ही हुआ था? ये मतलब 2021 में हुआ? ये द्रोणागिरी का गांव है, 1950 में दोपहर के टाइम में एक गांव एरो से मैंने दिखाया हुआ है, ये कट गया, ये पूरा का पूरा एक झील फटी। यहाँ पे 2 ग्लेशियर है, एक है द्रोणागिरी ग्लेशियर, दूसरा बागनी ग्लेशियर है, वो फटा, इसने इस मोरेन जो हम कहते हैं उसको काट डाला। 1950, आज 2021 है, आज तक इस गांव के लिए रोड नहीं बनाई गई है। और ये मुझे याद दिलाता है एक शब्द, प्रोफेसर एन पुरोहित कभी कहा करते थे, एक आर्टिकल में लिखा भी था कि रोड्स रेट ऑफ रिटर्न के बेसिस पे बनती है, नॉट ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ रेट ऑफ रिक्वायरमेंट। सब सवाल सिंपल सा खड़ा होता है, अगर आपको आलू फालू ले जाना है अपने सर पे, अपने खच्चरों पे लेके जाइए, हमें आपसे क्या लेना देना। अगर यही कल कुछ खनन का कार्यक्रम हो जाए, यहीं पे कुछ ऐसा कह दिया जाए कि भैया हम आपको स्पेशल जड़ी बूटियां मिल रही है, उसको एक्सप्लॉइट करना है हमको, तो रोड कल ही बन जाएगी। वो पुरोहित साहब की बात आज भी अपने आप में काफी सच्चाई के साथ खड़ी है कि हमारी जो जरूरतें हैं वो रेट ऑफ रिटर्न्स की जरूरतें हैं, नॉट द रिक्वायरमेंट ऑफ पीपल। जब ये बात मैं आम आदमी को कहता हूँ, 4 धाम में तो हमने इसको बड़ी बुरी तरह से झेला है, जब हमने इनको कहा, बार बार कहा कि कृपया करके ऐसा मत कीजिए आप लोग जो कर रहे हैं, पर उन्होंने इस बात को नहीं माना। और हमें उन्होंने ये भी कह दिया कि हम विकास के विरोधी हैं, और साथ में ये भी कह दिया हमारे लिए कि हमको राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा के लिए कोई चिंता नहीं है। बहुत आसान है कहना इस बात को। 2000 उसी इलाके में कह रहा हूं कि यह आपका अप्रैल 2021 में जो ऋषि गंगा की त्रासदी हुई थी, उससे थोड़ा सा ऊपर हम जाते हैं, 10 किलोमीटर ऊपर, सुरई थोड़ा सा ऊपर जाते हैं, तो ये ग्लॉफ आया था नंदा देवी 22 पर, तो 2003 में एमपीएस बिस साहब जो भी डायरेक्टर है यहाँ पे स्टेट रिमोट सेंसिंग सेंटर के, उनका एक पेपर भी इसके ऊपर आया था। तो कहने का मतलब मेरा ये है कि चीजें हम जानते हैं, मैं इसको ओवर एम्फसाइज नहीं करना चाहता हूँ। एवरीबॉडी नोज व्हाट इज द कंडीशन ऑफ दिस माउंटेन, हाउ दे रिस्पॉन्ड। यू डोंट हैव टू बिकम अ really good, great scientists to understand all these things. I will give you an example. सतीश जी और हम जब काम कर रहे थे टिहरी रिजर्वायर के कोलेटरल डैमेज के ऊपर में, उनका एक पेपर भी है, उसमें हम जब काम कर रहे थे तो गांव वाले के पास हम गए और उनसे हमने पूछा कि भैया दरारें जो तुम्हारे गांव में पड़ी है, मैं जुआल गांव है कि क्या गांव में भूल रहा हूँ उसका, मोहननेगी गांव है टिहरी के रिजर्वायर रिम के पास में। तो गांव वाला हमको बोलता है साहब दरारें तब मदन नेगी गांव, जब दरारें तब पड़ती हैं जब इस रिजर्वायर का जो लेवल होता है वो नीचे की तरफ जाता है, और जब भरा होता है तब कुछ हरकत नहीं होती है। अब मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि 2006 में टिहरी डैम कमीशन हुआ, क्या जल्दबाजी थी आपको? उसके पहले जो डायरेक्टर साहब थे, नथानी या नवानी में भूल रहा हूं उनका नाम, उन्होंने एक बहुत बढ़िया ब्लूप्रिंट दिया था कि भैया पहले भरने से पहले इसके चारों तरफ के रिजर्वायर रिंग में जहां पे मलबे वाले स्लोप्स हैं उनको आप ठीक से प्रोटेक्ट कर दीजिए, नहीं तो यहाँ पे त्रासदी हो सकती है। इग्नोर कर दिया गया। अब गांव त्रासदी के कागार पे खड़ा, हमने उसका नाम दिया अपने साइंटिफिक टर्मिनोलॉजी में रिजर्वायर ड्रॉ डाउन इफेक्ट। वो हम बोल रहे हैं, गांव वालों तो अपने आप जानता है कि भाई ये होता है, पर उसको कौन सुनने वाला है। इसके बाद अभी जो स्थिति है, जब हमने उनसे आर्गुमेंट किया कि भाई इनको कंपनसेट कीजिए, ये 500 मीटर 600 मीटर ऊपर वाले गांव है, तो टिहरी डैम अथॉरिटी वाले क्या बोलते हैं कि 50 मीटर से ऊपर इसका इंपैक्ट नहीं होता है ना। दे आर क्लोजिंग देयर आईज, लिविंग द पीपल टू देयर ओन डेस्टिनी टू फाइट इट आउट। नाउ अब क्लाइमेट चेंज की बात सबने भी छिड़ी है, ये सिचुएशन तो बहुत अलार्मिंग है, एवरीबॉडी नोज इट। ये पहला वाला जो ग्राफ बताता है कि आपकी वेटनेस जो है वो बढ़ रही है एज ए फंक्शन ऑफ ईयर्स, प्रोग्रेसिवली आपको इंक्रीज होता चला जा रहा है। व्हाट इज मोर अलार्मिंग, सेकंड वाला जो ग्राफ है, इस ग्राफ में आप ये देख रहे हैं कि हाई हिमालय का जो टेम्परेचर है वो सिग्निफिकेंटली बढ़ा है इन दिनों। 2016 तक का ये आंकड़ा है। ये जब कंडीशन होती है तो हमारे विकास की जो प्लानिंग्स हैं, आर वी रियली टेकिंग इनटू कंसिडरेशन द क्लाइमेट चेंज व्हिच इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कंपोनेंट? नहीं, not a single body is talking about the climate change. In fact, when we are arguing in our committee, whether it was the hydropower committee or the road committee, the moment you talk about the climate change, they say it's a kind of academic exercise you're doing. It has to do nothing with this kind of process. But world over, दुनिया वाले इस चीज को समझने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं और ये भी कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि भाई इसका क्या होने वाला है। एक पेपर रिसेंटली अभी आया है, HNB गढ़वाल यूनिवर्सिटी के हैं, कोई डॉक्टर गौतम साहब हैं, एक IIT कानपुर के डॉक्टर त्रिपाठी जी हैं, उनका एक पेपर बड़े अच्छे जर्नल में छपा है। उस पेपर को DST ने अपने एज ए फ्लायर भी बनाया, उसके ऊपर में उन्होंने टिहरी से ये मेजरमेंट्स लिए हैं कि जब फॉरेस्ट फायर होता है, बिकॉज ऑफ द क्लाइमेट चेंज, फॉरेस्ट फायर की बात मैं इसलिए कर रहा हूँ, दुनिया आज इसको झेल रही है बुरी तरह से। तो फॉरेस्ट फायर जब होता है तो उन्होंने देखा कि आपका ब्लैक कार्बन जाता है एटमॉस्फेयर में, और वो एक तरह से कार्बन, उसको कहते हैं क्लाउड कंडेंसेशन न्यूक्लाइड, उसके चारों तरफ मॉइस्चर जमा होता है और फिर वो नीचे गिरता है क्लाउड बस्ट के फॉर्म में। तो उन्होंने कंक्लूसिवली तो नहीं कहा, बट एक रिलेशन बताया कि whenever there is a forest fire, the incidences of cloud bursts are increasing. So don't we have to take this particular thing into consideration? Because हमारी रोड की जो सुरक्षा है वो स्लोप की स्टेबिलिटी पे डिपेंड है, और स्लोप की स्टेबिलिटी हम डिपेंड करती है कि उसमें कितना मॉइस्चर है, और मॉइस्चर को रिटेंशन कैपेसिटी कौन डिसाइड करता है? वेजिटेशन करता है, और स्लोप को हम किस ढंग से टेम्पर कर रहे हैं। ये सब कुछ इग्नोर करके एक बड़ी सी जेसीबी मशीन लगाओ और सब तोड़ डालो, जो हम देख रहे हैं हो रहा है। ये स्थिति है आज की तारीख में रेणी गांव की। ये आपकी ऋषि गंगा यहाँ आ रही है, गांव की स्थिति है। पहले उन्होंने रोड यहीं से बनाने की कोशिश करी, फिर देखा ये खिसकने लग गया, और उसके बाद उन्होंने क्या किया कि गांव के अंदर से रोड डाल दिया निकालने के लिए, जब ये सस्टेनेबल नहीं है। दे हैव टू थिंक अल्टरनेट। बट हमारे पास में क्या होता है, शॉर्टकट जो होते हैं ना, वो बहुत हम कहते हैं कि वो बड़ा हम वी गो फॉर अ शॉर्टकट, वी नेवर गो फॉर अ लॉन्ग टर्म सॉल्यूशंस, एंड दैट इज व्हाट इज द रिजल्ट वी आर गेटिंग। ये नई बात नहीं है, इट इज हैपनिंग फॉर लास्ट 50 इयर्स। एवरी टाइम इट इज हैपनिंग, हम लोग वाइज बन जाते हैं, चिल्लाते हैं, और हम क्या करते हैं उसके बाद हम कुछ पेपर भी लिख डालते हैं। ये तोता घाटी है साहब, ये देखिए बिफोर दैट हम सामने दिख रहा है कि यहाँ पे 3 सेट ऑफ जॉइंट्स हैं, ये डोलोमाइट की रॉक्स हैं। आप किसने कहा उनको ब्लास्ट करने के लिए? यहाँ पे हु गेव देम द परमिशन टू पुट अ डायनामाइट ओवर हियर? Can anybody take the accountability? कोई लेगा इसकी accountability? जबकि इसके पहले IIT रुड़की के प्रधान एंड सिद्दीकी का पेपर है, 2020 का पेपर आया हुआ, 19 का पेपर आ रहा, उन्होंने क्लियर टर्म्स में कहा है कि इसकी कंडीशंस क्या हैं एंड हाउ टू गो अबाउट इट। ये केव्स हमने अभी हाल ही में विजिट में देखी है कि उनके अंदर लाइमस्टोन की ऐसी बड़ी बड़ी केव्स बनी है। इसी कारण ये सिस्टम जो है स्टेबल नहीं हो पाएगा। यू हैव टू थिंक अल्टरनेट। अगर आप सोचेंगे कि हम थोड़ा मलबा हटा के रास्ता बना दें, वो ज्यादा डिस्टेबलाइज करेगा। वी हैव टू गो फॉर द अल्टरनेट। पर अल्टरनेट कौन करेगा साहब? किसी को नहीं पड़ी है इसके बारे में। जस्ट कभी गाड़ी निकल जाती है, अगर आप बच गए तो आप गनीमत है, मर गए तो भगवान के भरोसे। नाउ दिस इज द कंडीशन ऑफ योर एरिया अराउंड श्रीनगर। ये फरासू है। पड़ोसी के सामने लैंडस्लाइड 1992-93 में स्टार्ट हुआ था। अब ये रिजर्वायर जो यहाँ खड़ा हो गया है टिहरी उसका श्रीनगर बांध का, उसके ड्रॉडाउन के कारण ये रोड जो है ये सिंक करती है। एक्सपर्ट आए CRI से, क्या बोलते हैं, यहाँ नेट लगा दीजिए। क्या बेवकूफ वाली बातें कर रहे हैं? विल दे एवर? एंड दिस इज आवर स्ट्रेटेजिक नेशनल हाईवे नंबर 58। नाउ लुक एट दिस, ये उसका क्लोजअप है। लुक एट द कलियासों, 1928 में लैंडस्लाइड ट्रिगर हुआ था। 1960 में पहली बार इस लैंडस्लाइड ने अलकनंदा नदी को रोका था और करोड़ों रुपए डाल दिया हमने, रिसर्च के पेपर लिख डाले हमने, सबने कहा हम रोक देंगे, सबने पैसे खाए, मैं तो ब्लंटली कह रहा हूं। और कुछ एक आध हमने पर्चे लिख डाले, उससे क्या फर्क पड़ने वाला है। अब कहा है हम इसको बाईपास करते हैं। सब बाईपास क्या कर रहे हैं कि बाईपास करने के लिए उन्होंने क्या किया, फिर से एक ऐसा इलाका चुना जो हरदम सबसाइड करेगा। जब मैंने इसके इंजीनियर से बात की, जो यहाँ पे मॉर्थ का इंजीनियर था, कहता सर हम क्या करें, हमको तो जो DPR में हम यही बताया गया था। नाउ तो जबकि उनके पास विकल्प था, दे कुड हैव गॉन बिहाइंड द विलेज एंड वो जो स्टेबल एरिया था, नहीं किया उन्होंने। हु केयर्स? देयर इज अ क्वेश्चन। Now, ये बहुत बड़ा इसको शोकेस किया गया उत्तराखंड सरकार के द्वारा। 160 करोड़ की ये दीवार बनाई गई है। 160 करोड़ की दीवार ये लामबगड़ के पास बनाई गई है, जहां पर अलकनंदा वर्चुअल एक नाले के स्वरूप में बहती है, क्योंकि इसके पीछे लामबगड़ का विष्णुप्रिया का बैराज है आपके पास में। ये मलबा जो है ये पुराने ग्लेशियर के एवलांच हम कहते हैं उसको, डेब्री एवलांच जो ग्लेशियर से ट्रिगर होता है, उसके कारण ये डिपॉजिट हुआ है। डू यू थिंक दैट दिस वॉल विल प्रोटेक्ट दिस पर्टिकुलर डेब्रीज of not coming onto the road? And secondly, you have gone into the river, उसका गला भी आपने घूंट के रखा हुआ है। जैसे 2013 की त्रासदी में नदी claimed back its space which we gagged. Similarly here also, who are the planners? Who are making this kind of plannings? Now क्या देखिए, ये मैंने 2021 में लिया था। ये मेरा जो अप्रैल के महीने में अप्रैल के महीने में जब मैं यहाँ काम कर रहा था 2021 में। उसके बाद इसी दीवार के बाद यहाँ पे आप देखेंगे नाला आता है, जहां से नाला आता है। ना लुक एट दिस, 2021 मई 20 तारीख को जहां पे ये रोड ये दीवार खत्म होती है, जहां नाला शुरू होता है, उसकी स्थिति देखिए आप। दिस इज द कंडीशन इन 2021। व्हाट आर द प्लानिंग? Who is deciding all these things? जबकि हमने क्लियरली प्रपोज किया था कि there should be a diversion from the opposite side of the road through this particular mountain, which are very hard rocks of crystallines, और उसके थ्रू टनल पास करके आपको जाना पड़ेगा हनुमान चट्टी। That is in the pipeline, but before that this particular venture comes into play, जो कि जिसका कोई relevance नहीं है। Take my words, in 1 या 2 सीजन तक अगर दीवार टिक गई तो आप मुझे बोल दीजिएगा, क्योंकि this is what I'm not talking as a forecaster, but this is what is the experience I have got of working in this area for last 30 years. Now finally, वाइस चांसलर मैडम ने बड़ी अच्छी बात की, टूरिज्म फॉर होम। जब यहाँ पे हम बैठे थे, ये है आपका बेदनी बुग्याल ऑन वे टू रूपकुंड, इस ढंग के तंबू लगते हैं। मुझे वर्चुअली जाना पड़ा था बोलने के लिए यहाँ पे, जब वो लोग नाच रहे थे रात को और लाउड स्पीकर लगा रखे थे उन्होंने, तो मुझे रिक्वेस्ट करना पड़ा, इस जगह में तुम ही नहीं रहते हो यार, यहाँ पे दूसरे लोग भी रहते हैं। लोग का मतलब में रहता कि जो हमारे जानवर हैं, जिनका मूवमेंट होता है। स्थिति ये बनी हुई है। लास्टली, नाउ सी दिस is our दायरा बुग्याल is a hot debate is going on. फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट ने इस ढंग के जो रील्स एंड गलीज वहां पे दायरा में क्रिएट हो रही हैं, उसको प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए बड़ा एम्बिशियस प्लान बनाया हुआ है। लेकिन दूसरी तरफ उत्तराखंड सरकार टूरिज्म को बढ़ावा देने के लिए 8 किलोमीटर तक एक टूरिस्ट अगर ये दायरा बुग्याल जो यहाँ पे है, इस पे अगर नहीं जा सकता है, उसके लिए कहते हैं हम रोप पे लगा देंगे यहाँ बैठ के। Why the hell are you doing this? और ये जो एरो मैंने दिखाया आपको, इसकी तरह से ये जो एरो आपको बता रहे हैं कि स्ट्रीम्स अपसाइड में माइग्रेट कर रही हैं और दायरा बुग्याल के इस ढंग के जो गलीज हैं, इसको बढ़ावा दे रही हैं। ये तब हो रहा है जब इतना बड़ा टूरिस्ट फ्लक्स नहीं है। और दूसरी बात, क्या हम इग्नोर कर रहे हैं, हमें पता है। ये पेपर अभी हाल ही में आया 2020 में। ये जो दायरा यहाँ बैठा हुआ है, ये आपका रैथल है, बारसू है, ये आपका भटवारी है। इसका स्लोप जो है 12 से लेके 22 मिलीमीटर पर ईयर खिसक रहा है। सतीश जी भी इसमें एक ऑथर हैं। ये साइंटिफिक फैक्ट्स हैं। व्हाई आर इग्नोरिंग दिस थिंग्स? पेपर्स बहुत आए साहब, इतने सारे पेपर मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूँ। ये पेपर बहुत सारे आए, उसमें तो अभी जब बात ही कर रहा था तो एक नया पेपर आया है, अभी आया है पेपर, अभी कुछ देर पहले मुझे मिला गया कि ये आपका स्नो एवलांच गिरती गंगा में क्यों हुआ, कैसे हुआ, ये भी आ गया पेपर साहब आपका। लेकिन इससे होने वाला क्या है? जब तक साइंस डेमोक्रेटाइज नहीं होती है और ये चीज लोगों के हाथ तक नहीं जाती है, और लोग खड़े होकर के इसको जिन लोगों जो अकाउंटेबल है उनके गले को नहीं पकड़ती है, तब तक इन तरह से पेपर्स है। हमारा अचीवमेंट तो हो जाता है, हमारा साइटेशन बढ़ जाता है, हमारा नंबर ऑफ पेपर्स बढ़ जाते हैं, पर जमीन की जो सच्चाई है वो अपनी जगह खड़ी रहती है। नाउ द प्रॉब्लम इज दिस, प्रॉब्लम ये हो रही है कि इफ यू आई होप यू आर एबल टू सी दिस, प्रॉब्लम ये हो रही है कि जो लोग बैठे हैं डिसीजन मेकिंग, आर के लक्ष्मण का कार्टून है ये, जो डिसीजन में बैठे जो लोग हैं ना, वो लोग इस तरह से हैं, ये प्रोफेसर बहुत सीनियर साइंटिस्ट हैं, यंगस्टर को मोटिवेट कर रहे हैं। किस ढंग से मोटिवेट कर रहे हैं कि कंडीशन आर एक्सीलेंट हियर, यंग मैन, he was brought for experimental purpose and today he heads the department. So if you put the people as the head of the department of this particular kind, and that's what I'm seeing in this particular state, the end result is in front of you. Thank you very much. I'm through, sir.
Thank you, Dr.
ये स्क्रीन शेयरिंग वाला वो हटा, अच्छा ठीक हो गया,
कर दिया, इतना सीख लिया मैंने।
voice. Thank you, Dr. Joyal, for the wonderful presentation. It was really lively and it was a pleasure to hear from a geologist, sir. Our next speaker is Dr. Amina Mahajan. Dr. Mahajan is a senior policy specialist at International Center for Integrated Mountain Development in Kathmandu. She plays the role of bringing science and society closer. She identifies herself as a connector who is interested in equitable development of mountain communities. Dr. Mahajan is passionate about human mobility and migration and their linkages with the lives and livelihoods of people. A very warm welcome to you, madam. May I now invite you to share your views.
Thank you. Thank you, Shikhaji. And thank you so much, Professor Mamdai and all the other organizers for this wonderful opportunity. It has been an absolute pleasure listening to the speakers so far. And I hope that I can be as entertaining and as informative, which might be a challenge, but I'm going to try. If somebody could let me know if my slides are visible now.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Are the slides visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. So today I will be talking mostly about youth and migration, because today I think from the beginning people have talked about the development of Uttarakhand so far. In one hand, if you look at the overall GDP growth rate, economic growth rate, it's not bad. It's consistently above 7%. But on the other hand, we are also talking about depopulation, people moving out of the mountain regions, and this dichotomy, or the disparity in growth. So, and in this topic, like migration is very, very close to my heart, something that I'm passionate about. And this is migration. Out-migration is not only unique to Uttarakhand, but also to many other areas where ICIMIC works, because we work in mountain context in 8 countries. So this is a story that resonates with a lot of other mountain areas as well. And here I would like to bring the role of youth, because when you talk of migration, it's often the youth who migrate. And at ICIMIC, we do try to work with youth. And often we end up saying that youth are the future of a place, be it a country or a state. And in a couple of my interaction with the younger people from the Hindu Kush Himalayan region where we were, they say, why do you call us a future? Because our role is now, we are the present. That will decide the future. So in my short presentation, this is where I would like to focus on, the role that youth plays in development of any region, but how they are actually overlooked often. Their aspirations are often overlooked, and that's something I would like to highlight here. Now, this is slightly outdated, I know, the last census, because I didn't have a latest one. And if you look at population in Uttarakhand, then the youth population, I think in India, it's like 15 to 35. Different countries have defined it in a different way. So this age group, if you look both for male and females, it's significantly higher. So it's one of the largest age groups. So if you consider from human capital perspective, then Uttarakhand is very rich with this very high young generation. And as I said, often, the aspirations of youth are often forgotten when we are talking about development. In science, as particularly since last 5-6 years, it's been a particular passion of mine to integrate local knowledges, to bring the local knowledge in the scientific discourse. And I think it is very important to do that also in development discourse. So when people are planning, development plans, and all, it's very important to understand what local knowledge, what local understands, and their aspirations. Something I think today, in the very beginning, Madam VC, shared about Professor Singh, saying that what do people need? Do they really need speed, or is it safety? So that becomes very, very important, and often it's overlooked. And I think it is very, very important to start listening to the voices of the people as per their needs. Because what are we talking about when we are talking about development? If it is development of Uttarakhand, then it's important to understand the need of Uttarakhand people and how do they define their development. So, and within the larger, when I say local communities or local people, the youth becomes very, very important. And if you look into the youth aspiration of youth, now it is not only Uttarakhand. I do use Pavandeep Rajan's picture here because he's from Uttarakhand, but I think it would also resonate with all the other mountain countries here in South Asian region. The youth aspirations are changing. More and more people are looking for salaried job, vis-a-vis working in the farms, self-employed farmers, and even in jobs, more interest towards formal sector because it provides that sense of security. So really wanted to get jobs in formal sector employment. And if we really ask the youth in Uttarakhand, probably a lot of them would be seeing their future in urban context, not really in rural areas. And today, again, the women's issue came up. And even within women, if you look at younger women vis-a-vis older women, cultures, it's all beautiful, but sometimes certain cultural aspects can also be perceived by the younger women as as a kind of barriers that, hinders in their aspirations for freedom and independence. So a lot of younger women, particularly, they look for a more independent, more freer lifestyle, something that I can totally agree as well. And if you look at Uttarakhand's, literacy, it's really in literacy, it's doing wonderful. I think it has more than 70% literacy rates. So what it also means is more and more people, young people, are moving from low educated or low skilled to more higher education and higher skilled. So these are the changes that you would see in the younger population in Uttarakhand. So what does it mean? Now we kept talking about our migration. These changing aspirations are one of the reasons, the driving force, I would say, for migration. And when you talk about migration in Uttarakhand, then there are a couple of things that we really have to keep in mind. One is the culture of migration. I have presented this in an event, I think in August or something. If you look at migration in Uttarakhand, it started before the colonial times, pre-colonial times. So it has a history of almost 2 centuries. And in migration, we call that once that kind of culture sets up, then it becomes extremely difficult to do away with that culture of migration. So, And typically in case of Uttarakhand, and also I'm from Nepal, also in Nepal, migration has become a culture. So, the youth aspirations are all driven by that culture as well. And in certain areas, they have created a niche. So particularly in security forces, for instance, a lot of people from Uttarakhand actually go and work there. And normally what happens is if you're in a village, you need to really look up to your immediate seniors, your peers, and your aspiration is somehow, shaped by that. So a lot of people, if they go to security forces, then that's what you also aim to. I still remember in Nepal, for instance, a lot of people go to Gulf countries. And I remember a discussion that I had with class 9 students. When I asked them, what do they want to do? It's surprising that a number of children, particularly boys, they aspire to go to Gulf countries to work as their uncles and brothers and fathers. So, this is very important to understand. And also in case of Uttarakhand, you have many diaspora. I use the term diaspora. So Uttarakhand, people who stay actually out of the state, be it within India or even outside, and they become the figure for aspirations for the younger generation. Now, put all this culture, these aspirations at one hand, and then what are the opportunities for really now young, ambitious, educated youth in Uttarakhand? That's when, that's this question about why people are migrating. How do you stop? This is the context where we need to understand that. Unless there are very, really good opportunities, unless the aspirations of youth changes, out migration in Uttarakhand is unlikely to stop anytime in the future. So the question is, I hear this often, how do you attract the youth to stay behind in the state? And this is where I think a lot of questions now I see in Uttarakhand among the policymakers, even among the politicians and academicians. So I was thinking myself a couple of days before when I was preparing this for this talk. And then, I think a lot of this has been covered earlier, but let me still repeat it because I think it's important that we understand what has been discussed today. I think repetition is better than ignoring or undermining these contexts. So how do you keep the youth? And now you cannot retain, you cannot make Uttarakhand an attractive place for youth to see their future, an ambition-filled future, unless there is actually development that's taking place. Now, if we look at the development model of Uttarakhand so far, it has invested in a lot of industrial growth, which, as mentioned earlier, has been limited to 2-3 districts in the plains. And then the mountains have not benefited from any of that. So unless you go for sustainable mountain development, probably Uttarakhand will not be able to meet these aspirations of youth, to attract them, to retain them behind. So what a development model should really look like, that's the question that has been answered earlier as well. And we strongly believe that, we really need to have a mountain-specific development model. Yes, there are, examples from Himachal Pradesh and others, but also Uttarakhand probably will have to look into its own opportunities and challenges and then come up with a development model. So at ISIMOD, we say mountain specificity. We have to keep these things in mind. Mountains are largely inaccessible. It is fragile. The topography is really fragile. This is a truth that cannot be ignored. A lot of people living there are marginalized communities. There is a lot of diversity, but then it's up to us and up to the development planners. Do they consider these as, characters of strength or as, barriers or challenges? Because it's not necessary every time that all of these are only challenges. It's up to the people how they turn the challenges into opportunities. And also, secondly, now if you look at the Uttarakhand economy, half of it is in the secondary sector, so industrial, construction sector. But what I feel is, if we are talking about sustainable mountain development, then it has to be much more, the investment has to be much more in the service sector, which has a very strong potential for employment creation. And also, balancing this economic need as well as the environmental sustainability. Because we have to look into sectors that can create employment and economic opportunity, but with minimal environmental, as minimal as possible, environmental cost. And that is becomes very important today. Now, just before Dr. If I remember correctly, Joyal, he has really very nicely highlighted this climate change context. And at AC mode also, what we are seeing is the risk, the kind of risk is actually changing in the last decade or so. Now we are looking into this cascading kind of risk, or which IPCC has also come up with, like a compound risk. It's not only one risk, not only landslides, but landslides are triggering then, damming and then triggering other things. So risk is getting more and more complex, and it would be really, really stupid to ignore the kind of risk that we see because of the climate change impacts. So we really need to have environment at the center. I'm an economist. Normally, economists and environmentalists, we are always conflicting, but I think in a mountain context, there is no scope for such conflict. It has to be taken up simultaneously. And from migration perspective, often when I listen to people speaking, not this particular webinar, but others, we almost always focus on only low and medium skilled migrants. But what we need to understand is, we have to look into this broad spectrum of out migration from Uttarakhand. It's not only low and medium skilled people that is moving. Highly skilled people are actually moving much more. And it's not only in Uttarakhand, but also in other mountain region where Isamut works. So we really have to look into opportunities that would retain highly skilled youth in Uttarakhand. Unless we do that, all other efforts would be more like putting a band-aid in a huge wound. And, I think I have highlighted this. The biggest challenge for retaining and attracting youth is going to be a psychological challenge because of the culture of migration, the inspirations that people who have moved out has played in the psyche of the youth. What happens is most people, aspire to move out. So it's going to be a psychological, in a way, psychological battle as well, or as to how do you make, change that aspirations of youth, thinking that moving out and doing something outside of the state is not the do-all and end-all, that you can actually have a quality life within the state, in the mountains, where you have good income and employment opportunities in an environment that is much more better as compared to cities with all that pollution, traffic and stuff. So it's going to be a psychological challenge as well. And this is something the planners have to keep in mind. How do you deal with that? It's not only opportunities, it's more a mental game as well. So while looking into the potential sectors, I think, what the former speakers all have identified it very nicely. In mountain context, what we see is two sectors that we see: tourism, and I would term this, broadly, knowledge sector. These two are, I think, very, very potential sectors. And tourism, as rightly pointed out before, you really need to take care about what kind of tourism. And if you are going to promote tourism as a source of development, so growth, and attracting the youth, we really need to look into, that the tourism benefits are really just. Let's not always go only for quantity. Let's also go for quality, something that Bhutan has really done a fabulous work, and sustainability, because these are very, very important. These three things. Often, for example, in Nepal, we do have, this tourism very important for mountain context, but if you look really deep dive, in certain contexts, it's not just because the benefit of tourism is really enjoyed by a limited number of people. So not everywhere else. There are certain pockets where tourism has done that. Whereas if you look into other pockets, you can really see that every household in that area actually benefits from tourism. So really that just equitable tourism is very, very important. And if you think it through, tourism actually can be developed with minimal damage or tampering with the environment, you know. Now, I know that government is already thinking about it, having more spiritual, cultural, and adventure tourism. But if you look at the present, I believe around 70% is of tourism, internal tourist at least, in Uttarakhand is more religious tourism. But I believe that, you know, because of the proximity of Uttarakhand in, you know, the geographical location, it has a lot more scope to diversify into other. You can actually come up with high-end tourism. Somebody mentioned about resorts, but I think if it actually provides employment locally, as well as, you know, can be a part of value chain for local products, why not? Because if it really pays, maybe that's something to look into. So tourism definitely is one sector which I believe has a huge potential. Uttarakhand does have history, but for instance, like since I have heard about Uttarakhand, I have only heard about two hill stations, Nainital and Mussoorie. Whereas now that I work and I have traveled, there are many other places that can be developed. And for tourism, you really don't need 4, 5, 6 lane traffic actually. So I think this is, if thought through, this could be a very important sector. The second is knowledge sector. You know, in education sector, as well as in terms of ICT sectors, these two can be another potential areas where a lot of youth can be attracted, can get gainful employment. And knowledge sector, I think Professor Joyal and Dr. I forgot your name, sorry, mentioned about, you know, because Uttarakhand has all those glaciers, so it could be a place for, you know, getting knowledge on the changes that's happening and impact. Something like in Arctics, people have set up scientific labs for that. So, you know, looking into the needs of the Uttarakhand itself, as well as I remember like in Doon, there are so many schools, there were so many schools earlier. So, you know, expanding, providing Uttarakhand as a place, let's say for a medical college or something like that, universities that would meet the knowledge needs of Uttarakhand, but also provide opportunities for high skilled graduates from Uttarakhand. So I think that is very important. And ICT. COVID has shown one thing very clearly, that, you know, probably when the pandemic is over, it's not going to be, we are not probably going to go back to the old thing, but there is be a new normal. And it has shown the importance and potential of digital, you know, connection, digital world. And if you look into it, I think that's another sector which would really benefit Uttarakhand investment. I know that there is already some thoughts, but as Madam Vice Chancellor was saying, you know, policies and implementing practice are two different things, because investment in ICT sectors would also help in, you know, connectivity. If physically mountains are less connected, then, you know, virtually it can be better connected. And that would really help in accessing other services, like not only employment generation, but also for better education. Virtually now, for the last 2 years, all the schools are in virtual, running in virtual mode. There has been a lot of development in this you know, for medical, also teleconsultations and all of that. And, you know, investment in ICT can actually make that possible. And ICT sector investment will also be necessary if you really want to promote tourism and education sectors. So these three sectors potentially would be a very important sectors to consider for sustainable mountain development. And of course, SMSs, you know, small and micro enterprises, because I think in mountains, large scale industries, we can look at it. Probably the small scale industries with very good connection to other sectors of development is what needs to be looked into. So I know that resources for all of this would be very, very high. And this is not something that can be done in a short run. So it will need to be a longer term vision for Uttarakhand. And here I want to highlight 2-3 things, because more normally when we talk about development and investment, we are only talking about financial terms. And we often forget these very, very extremely valuable non-financial resources that the countries and the states have. In case of Uttarakhand, as Baugunaji mentioned, women have been taking care of the hills for decades now. They are with so much of knowledge, skills, and I think women have to be part of this development dialogue process. They have to have an integral part. So any development in Uttarakhand, if you leave behind women, that would be very, very unfortunate, because all that knowledge is with them. Similarly, mountain youth, those that actually have aspirations to stay, make some changes, those are going to be very, very important human resources for Uttarakhand. Migrant returnees, because a lot of Uttarakhand people actually go for security sector jobs, they do retire much earlier and they come back with skills and a worldview. So a very important group of people to consider for any development. And diaspora. Since you already have people well established, well settled, with very good influence, not only in the country, but also outside the country. So how do you utilize these translocal ties becomes very, very important. Some of the municipalities in Nepal, for instance, now that we have a federal structure, they have really used those translocal ties, their diaspora who are based in Kathmandu or elsewhere, to be part of their development process. And I think this is something that Uttarakhand will have to look into as well. And as I said, development is a whole of government approach. So when it's not one department, one ministry that really looks into, there has to be a whole of government approach with the long-term vision, and determination is what you call willingness, or determination is what is critical for it to be successful. Otherwise, retaining your youth in Uttarakhand becomes a dream. Now, I would like to share this quote. This was in 2016, I believe. I was in Uttarakhand for a field visit, and we were talking with men and women there about migration, how it could be stopped. We had a nice 45 minutes discussion with men. And then when finally I wanted to speak with the group of women, I asked them, we have discussed all of this. If you have sources of livelihoods, then the men are saying that they won't migrate. So maybe we can look into it. And the women said very clearly, I translated it into English, nor will we stay, neither we will let them stay. But in Hindi, I remember exactly the dialogue. What she said was, "Hum na to hum rukenge, na hum inhe rukne denge." So what she was saying was, what good is staying here, because our children have to travel 2 hours in bus for a good school. If we fall sick, there are no hospitals. So even if we make money, that money is like a paper. So if we don't have all of this, there's no point staying behind. And for me, that I really take this quote seriously. So if we are to stop migration in Uttarakhand, sustainable mountain development is key. And when you have sustainable mountain development, it has to be environmentally friendly and meeting the aspirations of the people, particularly the youth and women in particular. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Amina Maharjan, for the wonderful presentation. It was really, when you said that migration has become a culture, it's really true. I really agreed with that. And we generally miss on that point. Thank you very much, madam. Our next speaker is Professor Rajendra Prasad Mamgain. Professor Mamgain is the head Department of Economics at Doon University. He is a development economist having over 3 decades of research and teaching experience. With 30 policy-oriented research studies to his credit, Professor Mamgain has authored and co-authored 11 books and published more than 60 research papers in various national and international journals of repute. Professor Mamgain was the chair, professor of prestigious S.R. Sankaran Chair at National Institute of Rural Development and Panchayati Raj, Hyderabad. His recent contribution on the issues of outmigration in Uttarakhand immensely helped in generating a policy debate and a state government action to address the issue. A very warm welcome to you, sir. May I now invite you to share your views.
Thank you, Dr. Sikha, my colleague at the Department of Economics. Okay, Department of Economics, and thanks. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chancellor, ma'am, for chairing, moderating this session. It's a though long session, but the issues are so interesting that we cannot resist ourselves from crossing the timelines. And as everybody of my earlier speakers, learned speakers, they have underscored the need of development of the Himalayan regions like Uttarakhand, but not at the cost of what we call environment. So everybody is arguing for environment-centric development approach. And exactly, I think, we need development. We need the development, but not. We need the development, but not at the cost of environment. That is true. There have been a lot of aspirations from the new state, and many of you have been very actively engaged and involved in the Uttarakhand movement during its demand for the separate state. And that, I think, led the state on a different economic development model, and the state progressed well in terms of economic growth after its formation. And I think, had it been in Uttar Pradesh, we would not have achieved that kind of development, that economic growth sometime in 2-digit level. But what happened, that I think, we are also said a lot of infrastructure development, be roads, electricity, communication, and education institution, what else, everything, either in hills, plains, everywhere. I think, also we have experienced a tremendous change in our consumption pattern and reduction in poverty. And but at the cost of not only environment, but what I'll emphasize here, it is at the cost of regional inequalities. So you can see that regional inequalities between hill and plains. I will not again, because everybody, all of you know that what are the kind of disparities are rising between hill and plain areas, and these two graphs are self-explanatory. You can see that most of what you call if you measure your development in terms of per capita income. So in terms of per capita income, Tehri, Rudraprayag has a per capita income almost 3 times lower than what Haridwar and Dehradun is having. So you can see the kind of development disparities, inequalities, and that is, I think, one of the important thing which has triggered migration, and which I think with which we are persisting, experiencing the persisting phenomena of migration. I will not touch upon the issue because I think this is an issue of there is a shift in the caste to class society in Uttarakhand. I will not speak much on this, but I think we have become a highly rent-seeking society, and our friend sociologist will speak on that. I think towards the end, I'll request a little bit to reflect on this by Professor Doval, and I will basically touching on the issue of migration. But before that, you can see that the next slide, that we had one great opportunity which has been brought out by COVID. And this COVID brought out, I think, the opportunity for reverse migration. Around 2.3, around 4 lakh of people returned up to September. This is according to the Migration Commission report of Uttarakhand. Around 4 lakh. Whatever. Okay. They returned to Uttarakhand, and this was the, I think, window opportunity and you will find that most of these those who are returned, they were in the services. Around 60% of them were in hospitality and services industry, mostly at the low-paying jobs, and they were having a very, I think, least social security provisions at the place of their work. They were not having their what you call decent residence. Neither they are having any kind of regular salary. So many of them lost the jobs, and they don't have. They were not having any option but to return back to their roots, and that is in the villages of Uttarakhand. So then there was a help which had been extended to them, but that the kind of help which came to them, it was, I think, minimal, and that is recorded, and that is also have been recorded by the Migration Commission itself. So it was a lack of awareness, and almost all missing government machinery, what we call, to guide the migrant workers that what next they should do. I had a chance of interviewing and carrying out a very small study of such migrant workers, which have been published in National Herald in early those days. And what we brought that the 80 to 90% of them would like to go back, because what they are trying to find, they are finding it very difficult to adjust themselves with the local livelihoods which are available to them. Most of them, you can see in the pie chart, that they were working, either they were dependent on either on agriculture or MG Narega work. Remaining, they were working somewhere on this very, what is that? Self-employed was very minuscule, around 12%, and the rest others miscellaneous activities. So large part of them were engaged in menial jobs, and you imagine they are all educated, semi-skilled, and they had a so-called regular salary job, and this was a kind of trauma for them, which I think we could have used the opportunity, but we missed that. To retain them at least around 20 to 30%. Had we retained them back to the villages, I think they would have become our great agents of change. So this my title, I think it does not suit this discussion. It is whether migration it's a blessing or bane. So migration, I think, from Uttarakhand is largely associated with the low levels of development, as it has been nicely put out by Amina. And it's an aspirational society. Everybody, and we are having an aspirational society like many other societies. And migration is very widespread here. Around, say, 1/3 of the households are at least reporting one migrant in the hilly areas. And my study on a limited area of Almora and Pauri Gadwal, we showed that around 50 to 60% of households have reported at least one migrant workers among their households. And all that the major reasons for migration are lack of employment opportunity, the kind of employment which is available for them. It's a mostly agricultural employment, as you have seen in the graph, because around 80% of the total available employment in hilly areas is through agriculture and livestock. And that is, again, the kind of agriculture which is Professor Dr. Kant will be speaking about on the future of agriculture. And that agriculture is not self-sustainable. It is a very low-yielding sector, and not providing any incentive for you to stay back. Apart from that, I think education over the years has emerged another important reason for migration. Students are migrating to cities, even to block headquarters, to other districts, and outside the state, outside the country also, for their educational development. And health pressures, I think, health is another issue that, and another issue that is social pressures, because, many of the females, as Sushil Bhai was saying, that females are the backbone of the Himalayan economy, but they are still still are continuing such kind of backbone. But what is happening? They are not willing, particularly young women, young females are not willing to stay back, and it's obvious because they also have aspirations. So they are also trying to migrate out, and the moment they get the opportunity, they migrate out. And then I think the rate of return back to their villages is also very minimal among such kind of persons. What migration has has significantly improved our occupational mobility. You can see that because Uttarakhand had an opportunity of that having what you call educated migrants, and we are not migrating for the construction sector jobs. We have not migrating for agriculture as agricultural laborers, but we have been migrating to the services sector. And this services sector basically over the years, due to the saturation, due to the competition from other parts of the states of the country, they are, I think, mostly largely lingering in low paid, what you call menial services sector without any social security benefits. And that is the worrying spot. Another important thing which needs to be noted in case of Uttarakhand is a money order economy. We used to be the money order economy, and that way we are able to meet out our consumption needs, basic consumption needs. But that money order economy could not, I think, make significant contributions in local resource generation, local demand for local resources, and like in Kerala's pattern, that that kind of money order economy could not make what we call the kind of the linkages, backward and forward linkages in terms of economic activities within the hill region. What is happening over the years that whatever the money we are earning in Uttarakhand, it is being flowed back to the other I think urban areas and other plain areas of the state, and even to the distant areas. And you can find that that even Panchayati Raj official, Panchayati Raj representatives, they are not willing, they are not staying, many of them are not staying within their villages, but the money which they earn, it is being flowed back to Dehradun and I think, Haldwani. This is yet premature, but this is my presumption. And I think, that is adding to the economy of these foothills. And that is another worrying pattern. So what is basically, that this is what happened, that our Migration Commission, as our earlier speakers has already told, that we had a lot of expectations from the Migration Commission to at least suggest the government different policies, different programs, and to show the kind of role model studies and see that suggest the activities which can be sustainable and which can really attract the people to stay back. And mostly this migration is going to continue, as I always say. This is ever I think it is a historical process, and that will go. But what we can do at least, that those who are less educated, and look and employed in low wage jobs, they can be, I think, attracted back to stay in the villages by providing them the alternative decent employment and livelihood options. So all this, I think, whatever has happened, I think we have to revisit our development strategy. And as we all agree that we have to make it hill-centric and sustainable employment-oriented. And as it has also come out very clearly that we have to make it people-first approach. Our Vice Chancellor, Madam, and set the tone on this, that people-first approach. And then every speaker, I think, was talking about this. That's from their own experiences. That's it. I think, we have to make this. And how can we go approach for that? I think we have to make a demand and supply side in a typical economics. As a student of economics, we have to make both demand and supply side interventions. So as I mentioned, people are no more interested to remain engaged in traditional backbreaking and low-income farming. There is a substantial potential for economic activities, farm as well as non-farm, and that has to be explored. And there are some studies which have been carried out and which are available also, which have shown that how the farm sector, if it is diversified in terms of cash crops, in terms of other organic crops, so it has a huge potential of providing livelihoods to the households, and particularly to those who are semi-skilled and unskilled educated youth. So the next is I think if we are talking of the farm sector development, we have a problem that we need a land development policies and programs. And we have a very small amount of land which is available. If you see that, of the total geographical area of the hilly districts, around 13 to 14% is what you call cultivable area, and that is true. I think it's highly fragmented, and there is a scope for lift irrigation, new farm techniques, and organization of farming activities by using new techniques, that it can provide them reasonably good employment opportunities. And like what happened in, I think we generally give the example of Himachal Pradesh, but we can learn from other experiences from, say, Sikkim also. So how Sikkim have transformed its economy and made itself as a organic state, and it has done wonders in improving their rural household incomes. So that land development is very, very important, and I think that policy needs to be changed. Whatever the land policy government is bringing, that is being objected at the grassroots, and because people want, I think, their land, they want to have a kind of, what you call ancestral attachment to the land, but at the same time, they are not willing to give their land for other development purposes. And that how we make them that possible, that needs to be, I think, considered upon, that how we pool the resources, and how we make that resources available to those you who are willing to cultivate, who are willing to do some modern agriculture in their village. The next, and this I also discuss very often, that whatever the future of Uttarakhand development is, that it is, I think, it lies with the integrated, clustered, and niche-based products-based development. And as I mentioned, the block headquarters are there. Block headquarters can be developed into a mini urban areas with the integrated facilities, and that where I think investment can also be attracted. Many people will come and invest in what you call small medium enterprises, which are based on which are IT based, largely IT and IT enabled services based enterprises, and enterprises based on our agro products. So these enterprises has a very huge potential, provided we adopt this cluster based approach, and these clusters can be developed not only for the what we call agri based clusters, but also the clusters of service centers, cluster of centers in the form of small urban towns, and we can develop them, and it will have a kind of backward and forward linkages, because the major cities will not be that far, and many people of the villages can do what we call daily commuting to access those services, those employment opportunities nearby their block headquarters or district headquarters. So this is one thing. And what emerges from one of the, because we are having, I also often tell that we are highly service centric. We are having a what you call service centric society, and this is our psychological phenomena, and we can explore the possibility of this service oriented, what you call self-lead service oriented environmental conservation and forest based activities in the our whole ecosystem conservation and restoration. And for that, I think we have to have forest rejuvenation, conservation, and local rights to access to forest produce, etc., etc. But for that, we can create a local territorial army of environment conservation, and that is by employing local men and women, and that is possible. I think by pooling the resources, whatever the development resources we are getting through MG Narega, what we are getting through for small aggregate culture development, and you see that the flow of development funds to the hill areas, you will be amazed. There's over the years people are migrating, but the flow of development funds have been increased manifold. And where that development funds are going, I think that these funds can be pooled under this what you call broader pool for environmental conservation, and by providing employment to this territorial army, by creating this territorial army of environment conservation, giving employment to the local people, and that will give huge fillip, I think, for what you call the backward and forward linkages of what you call in the economics demand for goods and services. Another important, what I feel that that health infrastructure, it is well known that we are having a very poor health infrastructure. So many times we have to rush to the cities like Dehradun. So why should we rush? So these clusters, the block level clusters, can be developed as a fine health infrastructure centers, whereas health is public health facilities are provided, good schooling, boarding schoolings are provided. There is centers for mini centers for what you call micro small enterprises. Some training centers can be created, and these centers will be, these clusters will be the very, very vibrant sectors. So this is last slide. I think that that for that we have to also look into our whole skill development and skill education and training skill development strategies. Our UK's Uttarakhand Skill Development Mission, it has to what I say, it has to yet to travel to long in meeting its objectives. We had a target of around 6.5 lakh persons to be trained, but we could train only around 46,000, and even with the certified people were around 33,000. Placement was only 10,000. So you can imagine that what kind of skill development process and the speed at which we are aiming, we are progressing. The fact of the matter is that we don't have good trainers. The many private training institutions are struggling to find the good trainers. The other thing is that the awareness among the larger population is very, very minimal. When you ask the return migrants that do you know that is about the skill development mission, many of them did not know. So they would like to go for such kind of training, but the trainers are not there, funds are not there, the placements are not there. So this is, I think, that that has to be upturned and made. We have to really see that how this education skill development efforts are made more objective, more purposeful. For this, I'll just come to the Panchayati Raj institutions are also very, very important, and in generate awareness about different development programs which they are not doing, because many times these PRI officials are also not aware by different development schemes. So how do they transmit it to other villagers? So there is a need for this training of Panchayati Raj officials, PRI institutions, and then I think another important aspect which I also say that we have to promote the social philanthropy by adopting some villages, those who are able. I think there is a good number of people, Uttarakhandi people, who have earned over the years through their hard work good money, so they can adopt some of their villages, and they can do their interventions in education, in health, in guidance of youth. And there are some couple of examples where some of people have adopted their villages, ancestral villages, and it is I think they are rejuvenating their villages, but this number is very, very small. We can do it through LER model, what we call learn, earn, and return, because we have learned from this society, we earned somewhere out, and now it is a time to return to the society. So that model can be promoted. And as everybody mentioned that we are having least database, including the database on the role models who are this kind of people who are working in the field and doing good works. What are their failures? What are their successes? So there are many youth who are after they return to their villages, they are doing good work, but we don't have any documentation about their success stories, about their failure studies. So I think this is our university's duty, researchers' duty, that we should go to them and we should document all these and to give the policy inputs to the planners. So I think with these words, I'm thankful to all of you for your kind attention, and I hope I have not exceeded time. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Mamgain. It was really true when you said that reverse migration is like a window opportunity. Had there been opportunities and security for the people returning back, then it would have been an opportunity to keep them here. Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Dr. Lakshmi Kant. Dr. Kant is the director of ICAR, Vivekananda Parvatiya Krishi Anusandhan Sansthan in Almora, Uttarakhand. He has been awarded by ICAR for outstanding interdisciplinary team research in agricultural and allied sciences in 2008. He is the recipient of Australian Leader Fellowship awarded by Government of Australia in 2010. Krishi Sansthan Samman awarded by Mahindra Samedri India Agricultural in 2012 and Outstanding Work awarded by DWR in 2012. A very warm welcome to you, sir. May I now invite you to share your views.
Thank you, ma'am. Please allow me to share my screen. Dr. Mamgai, you have to unshare your screen, please. Sir, you have to unshare it.
But he has already answered actually.
No. No. You have to, at the top, there is a stop share. You have to click that one. Yeah, click. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Shikha. Honorable Chairperson of this panel discussion, Professor Surekha Dangwal. Keynote speaker, Professor S.P. Singh. All the panelists, organizers, it is my privilege to be present here and learn so many things. I am basically from a agriculture research institute, which comes under ICAR, and it has a long history, and we have just completed our 98 years. And this institution has been established by Professor Bosi Sen, who worked with Sir J.C. Bose, and in 1924, he established this laboratory at Calcutta, and later on shifted to Almora in 1936. And since 1974, we are working with the ICAR. My job has been made very easy by the previous speakers. All the learned speakers has already mentioned about the difficulties which are being faced in hill agriculture in Himalayas. I will be just touching it, and I'll be touching only the component of agriculture, which has just been mentioned by previous speakers. As we know that this hill agriculture is very important, though it's a very small area, but globally it is very important. And as we know that hills are known as a water towers, very rich in biodiversity, and this Himalayan region is one of the 35 global biodiversity hotspots. It provides life support to around 10% of humankind in hills, but around 40% people are there in adjacent medium and lower areas. This is the land which is a rich land, but inhabited by poor people. In addition, these are hills are subjected to adverse climatic conditions like excessive rainfall, relatively low temperature here. From the point of view of crop production, then mostly the soil are acidic, and soil depth is very low. Frequently we face earthquakes and avalanches, and there is a lot of erosion due to steep slopes. This is further aggravated by the climate change experiences which we are facing in Himalayas. Few of the speakers were mentioning about this one. we are facing frequent droughts here rather than which we used to face earlier. Several times we are facing floodings. Then sometimes we are facing heat and cold waves. Very erratic rainfall we are now experiencing. Earlier there was a uniform kind of distribution, but now we are getting very frequent events. Sometimes it is very for long duration there are no rains, but sometimes it is very heavy rains within a short span. Then there is change in insect and pest population. And as mentioned by previous speakers, that warming rate in Himalayas is more than the global average, and this is much higher in higher hills. So the farmers, the traditional farmers in Himalayas, they are facing the climate change they have experienced, particularly in agriculture productivity. If you see the whole of the country, these are different hill regions, but we are mainly concerned about, our institute is mainly, we have a mandate for these states, Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand, and then Union Territories of Jammu, Kashmir and Ladakh. If we see the land use pattern, you already know the net sown area is around 15% in Northwest Himalayas, whereas it is 11.3 as compared to 46% of the whole of India. And forest is around 43% in Northwest Himalayas, whereas 74% in Northeast Himalayas, whereas in country it is 21.5%. If we compare the crop productivity in hills and plains region of Uttarakhand only, then in most of the crops, we experience that in hills, the crop productivity is almost half of what we experience in plains. And this is true about cereals, pulses also. Only Gahat and Bhat, which are not being cultivated in plains, they have very not a sizable area there. The rest of the things, the pattern is same. Same is true with the oilseed also. But for soybean, which has been affected by severe disease pressure in plains, earlier it was higher. Coming to the change in climatic conditions, this is a long-term data of our station at Hawalbagh. And if we see from 1964 to 2020, there is a decreasing trend, particularly during the Kharif season, whereas the Rabi season, there is no clear-cut trend in rainfall. However, an overall annual basis, there is a decreasing trend. As far as temperature is concerned, you see that post-monsoon season and winter season, the maximum temperature is increasing, and this may affect the Rabi crops, particularly wheat, and the decline in temperature, particularly in post-monsoon, that is September, October, this may induce a spike rate fertility in rice. So these are the different constraints, primary constraint and secondary constraint. You already have mentioned many of these, but the most important is lack of access to quality seed and other inputs for agriculture at right time, right place, and right quantity. That is a very big constraint. And then poor extension of modern technological packages, that is another bigger constraint. Rest, you already know it. And I would like to mention the insufficient green fodder availability, particularly during the month of winter, which affect our livestock production also. Earlier, agriculture was being blamed to be the real cause of migration, but the Migration Commission report put it at the 6th place. The first one is unemployment, and then lack of education facilities, then lack of medical facilities, then wild animal damage, and agriculture is at the 6th place. So this is the operating environment. We have a diversity of flat land to sloping land, then short to long growing season here, rain-fed to semi-irrigated cultivation, sold to mixed cropping is there, and low to sufficient area under off-season cultivation. Besides this, some commonality is also there. Poor farmers facing problem of input and knowledge, as I mentioned earlier. Then orientation is subsistence. We were talking with the previous speakers, they have mentioned, but the orientation of the farmers is still towards the subsistence kind of farming. Then input use is very low. So if you have to get a better output, you have to increase the your input use. Then marketing is the real problem, and as mentioned by previous speakers. And adding to this, the animal damage has now made farming really difficult. So what are the prospects and what are the approaches which under this operating environment we can have? We have to change our cropping systems. So we have to develop efficient cropping systems, and then we have to have a contingency crop planning. That is very important. Then there are a number of climate resilient varieties which has to be used for smart agriculture. And water is a very precious commodity, and it has to be properly managed and properly used. The prevailing cropping system in Jammu Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand is this one. And with this climate change situation and all these, we have to introduce, we have to diversify the existing cropping systems so that we can have better harvest and better economy of the farmers. This is under polyhouse conditions, and you see, the cropping system mentioned at 3, this gives a maximum 2.52 benefit cost ratio, followed by this one, cropping system 2. Like this, within this polyhouse, that off-season cultivation, we can have different type of cropping systems which has been standardized and can get better returns in this one. We have been experiencing many times there is no rains, particularly in the month of June and May. Last we used to get the pre-monsoon shower, but now the situation is sometimes even in June and sometimes in first week of July, we are not getting rains. So we have at this institute, we have tried different crops which can perform better under such conditions. And you see this okra is the best one if there is no rains up to 20th July. And again, this finger millet and buckwheat, they are very good crops which can give good yield and good returns. However, if there is no rains in July, the yield is drastically reduced. But in case of okra, that not much reduction is there. But you see this amaranth and horse gum, which are native to this hills, there is not much yield variation in different date of sowing. So these are the crops which are resilient to this climate change condition. And during Rabi, you see, if we go beyond 5th of December sowing, there is a reduction in yield. So we need to have different kind of varieties which can perform well under late sown conditions also. And I'll be informing some of the varieties under such conditions. This in hills, this is a good condition that where we apply a lot of FYM, and this is a long-term study of last 47 years, which indicates that FYM plus the inorganic fertilizer, that gives the maximum yield, where we have applied only inorganic fertilizer that do not give better yield, as well as the soil enzyme activity is also best under NPK plus FYM conditions. Coming to the crop climate resilient varieties, I would like to mention these two varieties. This is wheat and this is barley. These are two varieties. I was talking about the shortage of green fodder during winters. These are two varieties which can be cut in the month of December or January as a green fodder, and then subsequently we can have a green grain under this condition. And this is a wheat variety which can be sown even up to the month of February, where you can get still 50% of the potential yield of this variety. These are for different this rice and maize. We have diversified use of maize like baby corn, as sweet corn and popcorn. We have varieties for this one also. I would like to mention that till date we have 172 high yielding varieties for this hilly regions, not only this region but for northeastern region also. And of late now you see this millets has become very important, and the price has also become very good. So number of varieties of finger millet and barnyard millet both has been developed from this institute. And these are some other traditional crop varieties like this gahat, we have variety, then ugal, we have varieties, then bhat also. We have number of varieties in bhat, and this amaranth chua. This I think now this will get a boost when the government has decided that on Chardham Yatra route they will use it as a prasad. I think this will give a boost to the cultivation of this one. These are some of the vegetable varieties, because I was telling about the off-season vegetable cultivation, and these are some of the vegetable varieties which can give a better return to the farmers. I would like to mention these 4 varieties. These are biofortified varieties. This has higher tryptophan and lysine content. This I have already mentioned. In Madhwa, normally whatever produce different, you might have seen different products of this finger millet in the market, and even Britannia is also selling the biscuits. But there is a disheartening among the consumer when it looks at its product. So what we have developed is we have made a white grain. You can see the grain, white grain finger millet variety. It has been notified last year, and you see the product. This is the white grain finger millet roti, while this is the common common finger millet, and different products of this finger millet. So this can give a boost to the cultivation of finger millet. Then there is a cherry tomato variety which is high, very rich in vitamin C content. These varieties which we have developed, we have taken it to farmers' field, and this is the data for almost 151 hectares. Different crops you see. This is a percentage gain over what the farmers was already cultivating. So you can have around 29 to 45% gain, and this is in monetary terms what he has got additional. And these are the different villages where we have taken this. And if we analyze this, you see, if we can bridge the yield gap to, that is what has been demonstrated and what farmers is already having, maximum return we get under vegetables. So there is a need, as many of previous speakers has been mentioning, that it should be a horticulture estate and vegetable cultivation we have an edge. And you see these figures tell us that if we diversify and if we shift over to vegetable cultivation, that will be a good for the farmers' economy. Water is a very scarce resource, as mentioned that पानी और जवानी पहाड़ के काम नहीं आती है. तो how to use this water? हमारे बगल से नदियां में इतना पानी चला जाता है, but हमारे खेत सूखे रहते हैं. So for this we have developed a LDP tank technology, where you can make a pit and put a polythene and harvest the water, and that can be used for cultivation. So the government is going for this kind of cement tank, which is not at all suitable for hills, as we have already been listening that frequent tremors are there, and always there is a crack and the water is never stored in this one. So this also we have modified with different materials to protect the polythene, and now this is the latest which we have developed. Here the cost of water comes very less, rupees 0.57 per liter, and the life is also increased. It is more than 40 years life is there. And this harvested water can be used for different purpose, like polyhouse protected cultivation and different uses. I would like to give one example. It is a village nearby Jageshwar, around 5 kilometers from Jageshwar. It is a Bhagartola village, where we have taken this technology in full village under one project where we had some funding. And we have collected, the water was very scarce commodity there. And we have collected water under these poly tanks, which I have just mentioning. Around 40 poly tanks have been made there. And around 105 poly houses of 85 square meter average size has been constructed there. And you see, this was the site earlier, and these are the places where they have been constructed. And you see the change in the land use pattern. This was in 2004 when we intervened there, and now this is old data, but 2013-14, the vegetable has increased 10%, fruits has increased, and cereal and pulses has reduced. And you see the income of the farmer. This was in 2004, and 2013-14, it is almost doubled. And this village is a model village which has been visited by parliamentary committee also, and they have recommended the state government to replicate this one. But you know, for obvious reason, this could not be replicated. Now under one SCSP program, we have taken another village in district Bageshwar, where these poly houses has been constructed. Around 52 poly houses we have constructed of 100 square meter area, and still the regular cultivation has not started, but we constructed these poly houses last year, and you see last year itself 2 crops they have taken. And if you calculate on the basis of per hectare, average 36,000 per hectare net income will be there, and the farmers are so happy. Even they have sold it at a lesser price than the market price. So this is an opportunity. This is earlier speakers were telling that agriculture is low return, but if we really use the resources judiciously, this can be a profitable one. And Dr. Mamgai was telling about the migration. I would like to mention that in that Bhagartola village, 2 of the farmers who have moved out of the village, by seeing the income of the other farmers, they have returned back to the village, and they have started their own cultivation. Now with the latest technology like GIS, we have been using now without disturbing the natural flow line of the water. This we have taken another village in Mukteshwar, Dadim area, and there around 65 numbers of these poly tanks has been made, and the income in 1 year, it has increased from 39,000 to 76,000, and it is almost 97%. So this is another demonstration of the technology which the government can replicate. Treasury was mentioned by the previous speaker. Yes, this is one of the major constraint of hill farmers, or particularly hill farm women, because mechanization is very poor in agriculture in hills, because of you know, very small land holdings and difficult terrains and all those regions. We have developed some of the farm implements here, and they have been really taken the very warmly by the farmers. They have moved in thousands in the places. This is a vermicompost strainer. This is a maize sheller. Maize shelling is really a drudgery, and this is at the final stage of commercialization. And this is a paddy thresher, where you can take the thresher in the field itself, and without storing it for drying, you can have a 99% threshing is there. Then this is a very prime product. This is Mandwa and Madira, both thresher. This is really cumbersome in finger millet and barnyard millet. Threshing is really difficult. And what they will do is they will heap it, they will keep it for a few days, then give some water, due to that discoloration is there. And when we thrash it, the outer skin is still there. That gives a very low storing capacity of the flour which has been made. So this is a machine which gives a very good and more than thousands has been moved across the country. And this is a one plow which we have made. This is a totally iron plow. It reduces the deforestation, because for making a wooden plow, farmers used to cut the trees. So this has again moved in thousands. And these is a small tool kit which the farmers use. You can see this line sewing they are doing with this one, and these are ergonomically designed. And this one portable polyhouse also we have designed, which can be used from one terrace to another terrace. Coming to the diseases and insect pest, this is one of the major pests of hills. This is known as white grub, and this has damage at two stages. This is a adult one, and this is the grub one. This grub cut the crop like this and damage the whole field. And this feed on the trees and they eat away all the leaves. So what we have done is we have come with a two-pronged strategy. This is a light trap, which is a patented one. This catches this one. And this is one WGPSP2, it is a Bacillus cereus powder, which can be mixed with the FYM and can be sprayed in the field, and it attacks the grubs and create a milky disease to them. And this way, this is a foolproof technology to control the white grub. It has also gone in thousands, it has gone, and wherever it has gone, it has found very effective. With the climate change, we are seeing new diseases are coming. Number of diseases are there, already people know about it. I will not mention that. But if this Parthenium, we have found that rust is coming in this one. And this may be a sign of climate change, and this may be a useful pathogen to control this one. We are investigating in this one. And this garlic rust we found, this is particularly in higher altitudes we have found. This may be another important disease in coming years if climate change like this. Some of the insects which were never in hills, they are now coming up with the climate change, like tomato pinworm and the fall armyworm. And last 2020, we got locust also in Bageshwar district. So we have been advising the state government and farmers and all the stakeholders how to control this and how to manage this one. Though we are located at a remote location in Almora, but you see our technologies, the seed has reached to 24 states in the country, and the farm machinery, which I just mentioned, few of them, they have reached to 16 different states in the country. I would say that there is a large yield gap. I do not see a very pessimistic way, but in future, the population is going to be increased in hill also. I hope, because if you see the trend, the plain people are establishing in hills and hill people are going to plains. I expect that in future it will increase. So there is enough scope to meet the food demand. In short term, the government has to take all the technology transfer, because extension machinery is with them, and all the technology transfer and adoption that can help in the short run. But in long run, with this climate change scenario, the better adapted genotypes has to be developed by the research organization like us. And I see that climate change, it provides a new opportunity for different crops in the region, because many things we have seen that which were not there earlier, now they are coming up. So it opens up a new area for research and development. And we really need to have a better forecasting and awareness among the farmers. And water conservation and its efficient utilization will be a key in times to come. And this will, all these models will also lead to agro-ecotourism. And I would like to acknowledge all secretary there, and DDG and ADG and previous directors. And at last, I would stop here. That getting involved may be a natural reaction, but remaining attached is a conscious decision and needs awareness and a purpose. And purpose is that better economic returns to the farmers and employment to the larger populations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kant. Thank you, Dr. Kant, for the detailed overview of hill agriculture. Thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker is Dr. Manav Chakraborty. Dr. Chakraborty is the Chief Executive Officer at Partners in Prosperity, New Delhi. He is an experienced development professional with experience in over 30 countries as a UN civil servant, consultant to international agencies and national governments. Dr. Chakraborty is currently focusing on unleashing the economic potential of the billion people at the bottom of the pyramid and devising strategies and tools for newer institutional frameworks that are needed to address development problems. A very warm welcome to you, sir. May I now invite you to share your views.
Your voice is not.
Okay, is my screen visible now?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Baidev. Thank you, Dr. Mangai, for inviting me to this august audience. Thank you, Manav Vice Chancellor, for speaking so loud and very clear in your articulation. I believe that there are certain huge policy failures which we need to address. But whatever we do, there has to be the preservation of jungle, jameen, pani, mitti, or rozgar. Because without the environment and the people, we cannot go very far. And that's, to my mind, is the first policy failure that Uttarakhand has done in the last 20 years after the state formation. There has not been that proper trade-off between the development and environment. The second policy failure, I think, is the even before the state formation and after, the primary school education system has not been very robust. You still find the class 9 students who cannot read properly. The third is at the political level, we did not have the leadership that Himachal Pradesh or Sikkim or even Mizoram had. And that vision is not there even now. The other issues is that there is currently a very strong alienation of youth and women with development. They would rather prefer to find other solutions. My focus today is largely on the youth. I work with a NGO in Kotabag, Patkot, and Betalghat, where we work with 3,000 organic farmers who grow Dehradun Basmati type, which is exported largely to Switzerland. We believe that this area of Ramnagar is one of the best places in the country for Dehradun Basmati. And therefore, if you are looking for a niche product, here you are. We also do a lot of skill training. For instance, we have just completed training 200 women, young women, in tractor driving. We have introduced now training in missions, women missions. We are also planning in 10 different locations to introduce about 100 e-rickshaws, all driven and operated by women, as well as about 100 gypsy drivers in Jim Corbett Park. So we believe that there are, at a nano level, employment opportunities still there, but the skills has to be adjusted to that. As I said, my focus is on the youth. Uttarakhand, unfortunately, has one of the highest youth unemployment in the country. It is currently about 13% in 2017. It's about 10% in Mizoram and slightly less in Sikkim. The area is, the difference is very stark when you look at between the hills and the plains. It's 4 times more in the hills than in the plains. So jobs are in the plains. So it's very natural for people to facing unemployment to move from the hills to the plains. The educated unemployment is also on the rise. It is higher among women than in the male counterparts. We had a series of policies. For instance, there was a certain period very high tax incentive to industries, which located in Haridwar as well as in parts of Udham Singh Nagar. And as that started petering out, the organized sector could not, take that much of employment. There are also plethora of self-employment schemes, and these schemes, I think, need to be looked at, much more carefully. There has been investment in infrastructure, roads, airports, and we also hear from time and again about railways going right up to Jyotirmai. Yet, I think it's not connecting very well with the people, and as a result of which there is a huge outmigration. And if this outmigration is likely to increase in the years to come, because the prospect of agriculture in a climate change world is very limited, particularly in the hills. The first thing I think is we keep on changing our chief ministers, whereas Himachal had only 6 chief ministers. In Uttarakhand, we have already had 10 in the 20 years. So unless there is a political stability, there cannot be a policy stability. We seem to be much more focused on selling our goods outside. I think this being the year of Glasgow conference, there is, and after COVID, there is much more need for producing for a local market, and there is a good deal of scope for that. Dr. Mamgai, spoke about creating new urban hubs in the block headquarters. That would be a certainly a starting point. Water seems to be the key. There won't be enough water even where we are growing rice. So we are currently engaged in a 20-year plan to see how we can both conserve water and move away from rice to other crops. And in this context, Dr. Lakshmikant's ideas were very revealing. One of the things that is unique about Uttarakhand is it's still quite difficult to travel to villages. If you want to go to Mr. Bhagat Singh Koshyari's village, you still have to walk many miles. This can be removed. If California can have internet almost all everywhere, why can't we have universal high-speed internet connectivity, which would open up many new job prospects, particularly the immigrants who return to their base. I would like to put my neck out and suggest certain policy changes. First, the Chipko movement did wonderful things, but it did rob, a lot of local jobs, particularly um, on selected felling. So if Himachal Pradesh, with the Supreme Court order, could start cheer felling over 1,000 feet, it is also time for Uttarakhand to perhaps look into it, whether that is possible. There is a huge rush of Delhi guys going to the hills and buying land. Much of it is perhaps not overboard. There is a alarming increase in the high-rise buildings. To my mind, there should be perhaps more relaxation on the land laws so that others can buy as well. Border areas are the ones which are being deforested. So in many countries, it was possible to do border trade. I would again suggest that, and this, as I said, I'm putting my neck out, there has to be the revival of the border trade with China. Sooner better it is. In couple of areas, the government is the largest spender, and most of the money, or a large portion of the money, comes from the central schemes. So there could be a certain shift to it. One is on the support for technology transfer and marketing for smaller enterprises in hill districts. Currently, the policy framework is not adequate for that. Refocus on skill development, particularly on youth, not so much on higher education. There are several laws which prevents currently afforestation on private land, because if you afforest and grow a tree on a private land, the forest department can make claims on it. So people do not, many do not prefer to afforest. We also spoke, many of the speakers spoke about creating an ecosystem for non-farm startups in the hill districts. Currently, MSMEs enjoy the one-stop clearance. However, for startups in the hill districts, we don't have technology incubation centers. We do not have special windows for equity support as well as mentorship. Going on further, to my mind, the migration is perhaps not a bad thing, but if it is forced because of climate change, distress migration, that is not desirable. A lot of people, as we learned today, have come back to their own villages. Here, I would suggest creating a chain of supporting counseling services. If you go to US or Canada, you would find hundreds of counseling centers for migrants. And these are quite important places where migrants can exchange ideas and get support from each other. There are also about 16,000 villages which have been abandoned or in the state of abandon, with 10 people or less staying there. These needs to be consolidated. And I suggest that the government should buy this land and resell, make land planning, landscape planning, and then sell it to other parties. Currently, many of the migrants who are leaving their villages, they do not get any return whatsoever on their property because there is no buyer. A good starting point for all of us could be to look at the Uttarakhand Vision 2030, which was released by Trivendra Singh Rawat. I think it makes all the right noises that is there. But someone is to, at the political level or maybe at the bureaucracy level, someone is to stand up and implement those policies that is accepted. So that requires guts, and the more we get that, the better it is. Finally, so my focus remains on accelerating livelihood first for youth, and then this has to come through nano and micro enterprises, environmental conservation, and convergence with the government system, and food security. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chakraborty, for your response to the policy failures and suggesting alternative policy options. Now, may I request Professor Harsh Doval to give the vote of thanks? Okay, so you want to say something? Saketji?
I think before we request Professor Harsh Doval, I request all panelists and participants to switch on their videos so we can take a screenshot. Please switch on your videos for a few seconds and we will take a screenshot. And Harsh bhai, in the meantime, I think you can also start wrapping up.
Okay, am I audible?
Harsh, you just speak.
Yes.
She will speak a few words about you. Yeah.
Okay. Hello. You're not audible, Sikha. Sikha, you're muted. Sikha, you're muted. Sikha, you have to unmute. This is not fair. When you're talking about me, you muted yourself. Yes. Yes, Sikha, please go ahead. You have again muted, Sikha. You have to unmute. Sikha, you are muted.
Please go ahead, Professor Doval.
I think it's all right. I'll introduce myself. I'm Harsh Doval, and I am a visiting professor with the School of Media and Communication Studies here. I'm also in charge of the Department of Social Work at Doon University for last couple of years. Thank you, Professor Mamgai, for organizing this very, very important seminar. I think it's a very difficult job to actually to sort of wrap up, very critical issues, so many diverse issues that have been discussed today. Perhaps we know that human activities and livelihoods, the issues that have been coming up today, in such dynamic and volatile regions such as Uttarakhand have always been, but now appears to be more and more precarious. That the sort of developmental model that has been pursued and that has resulted in various impacts, especially which has been mentioned time and again, climate change. These changes, these manifestations have sparked fresh fears, and now increasingly there is a realization that these manifestations can aggravate what we know as geomorphological processes such as floods, soil erosions, and landslides. What has clearly come out in this webinar is that this is now very discernible, that there is a spike in environmental volatility that has led many of us to speculate that a reckoning may be in the offing over this fraught relationship between environmentalism and developmental politics in this region, which of course has implications for the critically related and discussed issues today, such as livelihoods, viable agriculture, employment opportunities, migration, and most importantly, equity. This ecologically sensitive region is witnessing a spike in the incidence of disasters. Various episodes are case in point, and Professor S.P. Singh has been an authority on Himalayan ecology. Dr. Naveen Joyal, Dr. Sati, They have carried out detailed studies on these subjects. What has also been discussed today in detail is a very apparent, and Professor Manav Chakraborty was highlighting that, a very apparent but still very widening policy disconnect that is being highlighted almost by all the speakers between Uttarakhand's inherent geological instabilities, between increasing vulnerability to climate change and its development strategy, which by and large continues to remain, construction, manufacturing, hospitality, and service sector based. And Professor Dr. Joyal with us today. He has been part of this very high-level, high-powered committee which looked into the Char Dham Road project, this ongoing Char Dham Road project, which got the green light from the government despite a very strong, critical, contrary opinion of experts, which is a further manifestation of this fact that this policy disorientation and this obsession with one-dimensional development is further being aggravated. A vice chancellor had initially, while setting a very vibrant tone, almost provocative, has pointed out that do we actually need this kind of speed, these kind of roads, thereby destabilizing slopes, ensuring soil erosion, causing increased deforestation, and leading to more landslides and all sort of ruptures, actually, environmental, social, and even economic. All of us are reading newspapers and we know what kind of havoc has been caused up there in the hills wherever this road has come into construction. So I think we have to rethink this whole question of road network. This is the most topical these days. While realizing that developmental needs are there, where we cannot undermine the issue of access. And Professor Manav Chakraborty was talking about the home or the village of Mr. Koshyari. Then of course we cannot undermine this issue of access, but we need to perhaps reimagine our transportation network. Mr. Sushil Baguna, journalist, was there today, and we know that Uttarakhand is more often topical in the media, and Sushil has played a critical role in highlighting these ecological and developmental issues in the mainstream media. But more often we are in the media for wrong reasons, for disasters, one after another. Which more often lead to nationwide debates on whether anthropogenic activities in the name of economic development have actually aggravated these impacts of these disasters, which may or may not be avoidable. So throughout this journey today, the question we have asked ourselves is, are we looking at Uttarakhand's current developmental pattern in terms of ecological sustainability and equity, livelihoods, and related and much talked about concern about out-migration, which Dr. Meena, Professor Mamgai, even Professor Chakraborty deliberated upon in detail? Are we looking at the tension between planning and profit? As we know that only good planning with solid inputs of research and knowledge, and a lot of speakers talked about knowledge inputs, can only ensure profit and sustainability. The one section that I think in Uttarakhand has not been tapped is women. Some speakers have hinted at that. Despite backbreaking work, and sheer drudgery, women have not been, and despite being under tremendous pressure, for water, fodder, economy, agriculture, whatever, women have not at all formed adequately, any part, forget the core of this development discourse that we've been talking about. So I would say Uttarakhand perhaps needs a sustainable developmental vision, which has been repeated by many others, which has been mentioned by many others. That was also emphasized during the statehood agitation. There has to be perhaps a unique developmental imagination, which is very appropriate only for states like Uttarakhand, which also, of course, involves investment in a number of areas, including higher education research for long-term benefits, because this can keep young people from migrating too. I mean, Mr. Chakraborty was emphasizing more on skill development, but I think investment in higher education and research, for which a number of youth go out. We have gone out for this. Can be checked in the long run. They will be less like to move out if they stay longer here. Professor Mamgai highlighted that economic development, of course, cannot be whisked away, citing environmental concerns as much as it cannot be, pursued at the cost of environment. It was aptly pointed out. It is in this context that perhaps we have to, and perhaps because of the times that we live in, we have to think of a fine balance between public and private partnerships, something that a lot of us have been very critical initially, where say we can think of linking knowledge, which Dr. Amina, Mr. Bahuguna talked about, to say production, economic development, where it can be pursued only when science come in a big way, science play in a big way. Safety and sustainability, they have to be built into all physical infrastructure, all sort of development planning in the state. What has also come out is that we have to go for expanding remunerative ecological livelihoods, even expanding, for example, forest covers with livelihoods enhancement opportunities, where there are tangible benefits for the local community, which could be an important step. As also, appropriate, suitable, remunerative agriculture needs to be initiated in a sustainable manner. Dr. Lakshmikant dealt with it in detail, given the manifestations of climate change, such as erratic rainfall, soil erosion, landslides, etc. Also, given the nature of the size of land holdings, Dr. Lakshmikant was also crucially highlighting that climate change phenomenon has also actually given rise to certain opportunities in the area of agriculture. So I think the issue of migration, which came time and again, is one issue, though in detail dealt by Professor Mamgai, Dr. Amina, and Mr. Chakraborty, is a cross-cutting issue, which could be a sum result of all these issues that have been discussed today. I think it has been a very, very fruitful, an issue which brought a lot of sub-issues under one umbrella. I must begin my formal vote of thanks presentation with our Honorable Vice Chancellor, who set the tone at the very outset, in the very beginning, providing a lot of insights to a lot of us and to the speakers. Professor S.P. Singh, of course, he's one who all of us have been looking up to. He's sort of a living and walking encyclopedia on Himalayan ecology. Thank you, Professor Singh, for taking time off despite a very, very busy schedule. Mr. Sushil Bahuguna, I know he goes to his television channel and he brings out that 9 o'clock prime show every day. He took time off. Thank you, Mr. Sushil, a very good friend and a co-traveler, journalist and environmental activist in Uttarakhand and elsewhere in Himalayas. Dr. Naveen Joyal, of course, is a fiery, one of the most respected, most credible authorities on Himalayan geology and on disasters. Thank you, Dr. Joyal. Dr. Amina, thank you for connecting with us from Nepal. This session has sort of overshot its time, but thank you for having patience and being with us and highlighting very critical issues. Professor Mamgai is a new addition to the new feather to the cap of the university, and with Mr. Mamgai, we are hopeful that our university will not only reach new heights, but we'll have a solid say in policy. We'll try at least make an attempt in sort of policy interventions in the state. Dr. Lakshmikant, thank you very much for highlighting on sustainable and deliberating upon sustainable agriculture practices in changing, ever-changing landscape of Uttarakhand in particular, and Himalayas in general. And Dr. Manav Chakraborty, who was basically very shortly, he highlighted the disconnect between environment and development, how youth and women have been alienated, primary education that has been ignored, and also being very optimistic about still, despite all this pessimism all around, highlighting the opportunities that still exist and that are yet to be tapped. Thank you, Sikha Ahmed for moderating this session so patiently and so nicely. And last but the least, and Dr. S.P. Sati, of course, who was requested by Professor S.P. Singh to make presentation for him. It is very difficult, I know, to make to sort of speak for somebody else with somebody else's slides while yourself being an expert on the subject. So it was a very difficult decision that you took to make a presentation for Professor S.P. Singh. And last but not the least, thank you, Mr. Saket Unyal, for all this connectivity and for working since yesterday, I know, for putting and connecting all of us together. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much for participating in this seminar.
And thanks to all participants who have been here. Many among them are very senior professors, and they have been here since morning. I'm really grateful to them. May I request now everyone again to switch on your video so that we can have a nice photograph of all of you, a screenshot photograph. So please, switch on your video for it. So we have a big screen here in our studio downstairs in our university. So we can capture a very nice photograph of all of us as a memory.
Also for the press, there has to be a report today. So we would be keen if we can send a press release with all the photographs.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks a lot, and thanks Harsh for nicely wrapping up this session. Thank you all, and looking forward for your valuable cooperation. I think in for our coming events, and you will find many more events from Doon University on the policy debates in coming days, and looking forward all valuable participation of all the participants who have been here. So unfortunately, we could not find time for the discussion and debate because we were almost overshot, I think, around for 1 hour. But nevertheless, in our future programs, we'll have some ample opportunity for the question and answer sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.